There are sounds beneath the surface of the world, soft, endless, older than language. They rise from the deep when the sea is calm, when the moon is full, when the wind forgets to breathe. If you listen closely, you can almost hear it, a heartbeat, slow, relentless, eternal. The ocean remembers. In the year 1866, the world's attention turned to the sea. Ships vanished without warning. Others returned shattered, their hulls torn open as if by claws of steel. Whalers spoke of a glowing creature, long as a cathedral, fast as a cannon shot, burning with light beneath the waves. The newspapers called it a monster. The sailors called it the narwhal. But the truth, as the world would soon learn, was far stranger. It began with curiosity. Professor Pierre Aronnax, naturalist, explorer, man of science, was summoned to investigate the mystery. Beside him, Ned Land, a harpooner from the cold waters of Canada, and Conseil, his faithful servant with a mind as sharp as coral and twice as calm. They boarded the frigate Abraham Lincoln, chasing rumors across the Pacific, a hunt for a myth that would end in revelation. For what they found was no creature of flesh and bone. It was a ship, a machine, a vision shaped by genius and grief, forged in silence and bound to the sea. And at its helm stood a man who had turned his back on the world, a man who had declared war on the very idea of nations and found sanctuary in the heart of the ocean. His name, spoken in whispers, remembered in storms, was Captain Nemo. From that moment, their lives were no longer their own. They would travel through kingdoms of coral and fields of fire, walk upon the floors of drowned cities, and witness beauty and terror that no surface dweller could ever dream. They would come to understand the sea, not as a place, but as a truth. Because the ocean is not empty. It listens, it watches, it remembers. And somewhere, far below the waves, a single voice still echoes in the dark. The sea is everything, and I am its servant. The deep calls, the voyage begins, and what lies ahead is 20,000 leagues under the sea.
The year was 1866, an age of steam, science, and growing confidence that the world was at last within man's grasp, but the sea as a way of humbling pride. That year, something began to stir beneath its surface, something no compass or chart could explain. It started with whispers. Captains spoke of a strange obstruction in the ocean, a moving reef perhaps, or a living creature larger than any whale. In ports from Valparaiso to Bombay, men leaned across tavern tables and swore they had seen it with their own eyes. I was 3 days east of New Guinea, one merchant captain told his crew. The sea was calm, the moon bright as a lantern. Then, out of nowhere, the water lifted, a great black back breaking the surface. It gleamed like metal, and when it dove, the light followed it down. Was it close? Asked a young sailor. Close enough to make the ship roll like a toy. I'd have fired a cannon if my hands weren't shaking. The sailors spat into the sea. Then it's real, and it's watching us. Soon every port had its own version of the story. From the Cape of Good Hope came news of a glowing form that raced faster than the wind. In the South Pacific, whalers abandoned their chase, claiming a giant shape had rammed their boats clean in half. By autumn, the papers took notice. Headlines screamed across the world. The sea monster of 1866. Merchant ships vanish without trace. Editors fought to outdo one another. Some printed engravings of serpents with eyes like lanterns. Others showed whales bristling with spikes. The more the world mocked, the more witnesses came forward. A letter arrived at the Paris Academy of Sciences, written by a British captain named Baker. He claimed that, while aboard the Governor Higginson bound for Sydney, he had seen the creature himself. At dawn, he wrote, we sighted something about 2 cables off the bow, an immense mass, dark and motionless. The helmsman thought it a reef, but the charts showed nothing. Then the thing moved. 2 jets of water erupted from it, high as our masts, and in a flash it vanished beneath us. The Academy dismissed the story, but more followed, too many, too similar. The Columbus of Liverpool, the Helvetia out of Hamburg, the Shannon from Calcutta, all reported the same enormous, luminous body cutting through the sea with impossible speed. In London's docks, sailors whispered nervously, they say it's as long as a frigate. Aye, and faster than the current itself. You can't outsail it. You can only pray it ignores you. Some blamed superstition, others a new weapon of war, but the fear was real. Insurance companies raised their premiums, ship owners delayed voyages, and governments began to listen. At the French Ministry of Marine, an emergency meeting was called. Scientists and admirals crowded around charts littered with red pins. Gentlemen, said the minister, it moves from the Pacific to the Atlantic in less than 2 months. No known creature can cross that distance so quickly. Perhaps not a creature, a machine then, a submarine built in secret. The room erupted. Impossible, shouted a zoologist. No engineer could design such speed. And what of the glow? Asked another. Do your engines shine like phosphorus? The debate went nowhere, but outside the ministry walls, panic spread. In New York, cafe owners kept their customers entertained by reading out the latest telegrams from ships at sea. One evening, a newspaperman burst in, waving a cable from the Caribbean. The Moravian, gentlemen, struck mid-voyage by an unseen force. Gasps rippled through the crowd. He read aloud, hull damaged, no obstacle sighted, crew unharmed, impact as if from below, object not identified. A woman near the bar murmured, then it's true. The next week confirmed it. The Moravian's hull was found split, not torn, but pierced, cut by something smooth and round, as though a colossal lance had struck it and withdrawn. For a moment, the world tried to laugh it off again. Then came April 13, 1867. The Scotia, pride of the Cunard Line, steamed steadily through calm Atlantic waters when, without warning, a violent shock threw passengers to the deck. The engine stopped. Panic spread through the ship. Collision, someone shouted. We've hit a reef. But the sea around them was empty and deep. The captain ordered divers down. When they returned, their faces were pale. There's a hole, sir, said the chief engineer. 2 yards across and perfectly shaped. The metal has been punctured, not torn. No rock could do that. The Scotia limped back to port, saved only by quick thinking and sturdy bulkheads. And just like that, rumor turned to reality. The world erupted in speculation. The British Parliament demanded answers. The French Academy called for calm. The American newspapers called for war. An editorial in the New York Herald thundered, if such a monster exists, it is our duty to find it and destroy it. The seas belong to mankind, and commerce must not bow to superstition. At a wharf in Liverpool, sailors argued into the night. It's a devilfish, said one, half drunk on rum. Nonsense, replied another. I heard it's a metal whale, a submarine built by the Russians. Ha! If the Russians made it, it would have sunk already. Laughter broke out, but no one truly felt at ease. Every creak of timber, every patch of phosphorescent foam made men glance nervously over the rails. In Boston, a professor of natural history gave a lecture to a packed hall. He spoke of ancient creatures, of giant squids and whales of unimaginable size. His voice was calm, but his eyes betrayed excitement. "Gentlemen," he concluded, "if this monster exists, and the evidence suggests it does, it may be the last survivor of a vanished age. Imagine what we might learn if we could study it alive." A man in the audience stood. "Study it? You'd have to catch it first." The hall erupted in nervous laughter. Across the Atlantic, similar meetings were held. Each nation tried to claim authority, but none dared send a fleet into the unknown. By midsummer, the dockyards rang with the sound of preparation. Ships fitted with stronger hulls, new harpoons forged, cannons cleaned and polished. The great hunt was about to begin. But even as men planned, the ocean remained silent, as if waiting. No new attacks were reported. Some began to hope the creature had moved on, or perhaps died in the deeps. Others, more cautious, whispered that it was watching, waiting for man to come looking. At a cafe near the Seine, a young student folded his newspaper and looked to his friends. "Do you think it's real?" An older man shrugged. "Real enough to make the world afraid." And in that fear, the legend grew. The year 1866 would be remembered not for wars or inventions, but for the terror that drifted across the oceans. A terror without a face, without a name, and without mercy. The world would soon learn that the monster was no myth. It was waiting deep below the waves, silent, patient, and very, very real. And before long, mankind would come to meet it, face to face.
By the spring of 1867, the world was obsessed. Every conversation, every newspaper headline, every dockside rumor circled back to the same question. What was the creature that haunted the seas? Some said it was a whale of impossible size. Others swore it was a monster from the deep, an ancient being woken from a slumber older than mankind. And still others whispered that it was not alive at all, but a machine, a secret weapon built by some unseen power. I, Professor Pierre Aronnax of the Museum of Natural History in Paris, watched the storm of speculation with growing fascination. Only a few months earlier, I had returned from a long research expedition across the American plains. I had plans to rest, to catalog fossils and write papers. Instead, I found myself drawn into a mystery that refused to stay still. My assistant, Conseil, entered my study one evening with a newspaper trembling in his hands. "Professor, another ship, struck off the coast of Ireland. The Scotia of the Cunard Line." I looked up from my notes. "Another accident?" "Not an accident, sir. A hole in the hull. Perfectly round, 2 yards wide." He placed the paper before me. The article described every detail: calm seas, clear skies, and an impact that seemed deliberate. It was as if the sea itself had stabbed the ship. I read the final line aloud. "Divers confirmed the hull was pierced by an object of tremendous force. The cause unknown." Conseil frowned. "What do you make of it, sir?" I leaned back, considering the words. If this were the work of man, it would be known. No nation would hide such power. If it is not man, I trailed off. "A creature, then?" he asked softly. "Perhaps, or something even stranger." The next day, I met a group of colleagues at the botanical gardens. They too were talking of nothing else. "It's nonsense," declared Dr. Duval, slapping his cane against the gravel. "A whale of that size would collapse under its own weight. This is a journalist's fantasy." "But the reports are consistent," I argued. "Every ship describes the same speed, the same glow beneath the water." "Then it's a trick of the light,
or mass hysteria. Another colleague, the zoologist Lefebvre, leaned forward. Or something new. Nature has surprised us before. Think of the giant squid, the coelacanth. The ocean still hides its secrets. Duval snorted. Secrets, yes, but not fairy tales. Our argument spilled into the cafe across the street, where the latest illustrated papers were already selling out. Each one bore a different headline. The Miracle of the Seas. Metal Whale Stalks the Atlantic. Ocean Terror Strikes Again. The world could not look away. A week later, I received a letter from the New York Herald. They asked for my professional opinion. What did science have to say about this creature? I sat at my desk that night, pen in hand, staring at the empty page. What could I say? That the evidence pointed to something alive, yet more powerful than any living thing we knew? That the sea, vast and ancient, might still hold forms of life beyond imagination? Finally, I began to write. Gentlemen, after careful study of the available reports, I must conclude that the phenomenon described cannot be dismissed. If it is an animal, it must be of extraordinary size and strength, perhaps belonging to the great order of cetaceans. I suggest the possibility of a colossal narwhal armed with a tusk capable of piercing iron hulls. When my letter was published, it spread like fire. Some praised it. Most laughed. In cafes, men read it out loud between bursts of laughter. "A unicorn of the sea," one shouted. "Next he'll be hunting dragons." Others argued that I had struck closer to the truth than I knew. Within days, the debate became global. In London, scholars filled lecture halls with competing theories. In Berlin, naval officers proposed new weapons for hunting the beast. In Boston, a preacher declared it God's wrath upon man for daring to master the seas. One evening at a crowded cafe, I overheard two sailors arguing. "It's a machine," one insisted, "built by some inventor who wants to frighten the world." "A machine that glows and breathes water? Don't be daft. It's alive. You can feel it in the sea." A nearby journalist took notes gleefully. "Alive or not, it's the best story I have ever seen." By mid-April, the public demanded action. If the creature existed, it must be hunted or at least found. And so governments began to plan an expedition. In the United States, the Navy moved first. On May 3rd, the Secretary of the Navy announced the outfitting of a new mission aboard the frigate Abraham Lincoln, commanded by Captain Farragut. The newspapers exploded with patriotic pride. The Americans would lead the hunt. "No monster shall haunt our trade routes," one editorial declared. "The Abraham Lincoln will chase it to the ends of the earth." In every port, sailors volunteered. Whalers offered harpoons, engineers offered diving gear, and one enthusiastic inventor proposed using underwater mines. The world was ready for battle against its invisible enemy. 3 days later, a telegram arrived for me at my hotel in New York. From the Secretary of the Navy, Washington, D.C. Professor Aronnax, it is our great pleasure to invite you to join the expedition aboard the U.S. frigate Abraham Lincoln as representative of the French scientific community. Commander Farragut will be honored to have you aboard. Your knowledge of marine life will be invaluable to the mission. Passage and accommodations provided. Departure, June 3rd. Conseil read it twice, eyes wide. "You're going to accept, sir?" "Of course," I said without hesitation. "How could I refuse?" He sighed. "Then I'd best pack my bags." "You intend to come?" I asked, smiling. "Where you go, I go," he said simply. "If there's a monster to find, you'll need someone to make sure you eat and sleep while chasing it." I laughed, though my pulse quickened. Adventure called again as it had when I was younger. The sea was whispering its secrets once more. Before our departure, I attended a lecture in Boston. The hall was packed, scientists, sailors, and curious citizens alike. The speaker was an American whaler named Ned Land, known across the world for his skill with the harpoon. He stood tall and broad-shouldered, his voice carrying easily to the back of the hull. "I don't care what you call it, whale, serpent, or sea ghost. If it bleeds, I can hit it. If it can die, I can kill it." The crowd roared with approval, but when he caught my eye, his expression softened. "Professor Aronnax, isn't it? You think it's real?" "I do, but I'd rather study it than kill it." He grinned. "Then let's both get close enough to find out." As the evening ended, I stood by the harbor, watching ships fade into the mist. The moonlight shimmered across the black water. Somewhere out there, that mystery still moved, fast, silent, and unseen. I felt a mix of fear and excitement that words could hardly express. The world was about to chase the unknown, and I was about to chase it too. For years, I had studied life in the oceans from books and bones. Now I would see it alive, and perhaps, I thought with a shiver, it would see me too. The great adventure had begun. The Abraham Lincoln awaited, her sails ready, her cannons gleaming, her crew eager for glory. We were going to hunt a legend, and none of us knew that the legend was waiting for us.
June of 1867. The sun was high over New York Harbor, and the city was alive with excitement. From the piers to the rooftops, people gathered to see a sight that promised both wonder and danger: the departure of the American frigate Abraham Lincoln on its mission to hunt the mysterious creature that haunted the seas. Flags waved, bands played, cannons thundered in salute. The air smelled of salt, coal smoke, and adventure. I stood on the quay beside Conseil, watching the mighty vessel rise and fall against the tide. She was a magnificent ship, long, sleek, armored, and armed with 30 guns polished to a shine. On her quarterdeck, officers moved with brisk confidence, their gold braid glinting in the morning light. "Quite the warship," Conseil murmured. He adjusted his hat, squinting up at her name painted bold on the hull. "The Abraham Lincoln. If that monster's out there, it won't stand a chance." "Perhaps," I said, though my voice was quieter than I meant it to be. "Regret? No, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little uneasy. Every great discovery begins with uncertainty." "And sometimes ends with it," he muttered. The docks were crowded with journalists and spectators. They jostled for position, shouting questions and sketching hurried notes. A few had already begun printing pamphlets predicting the ship's success or doom. Vendors sold tin badges in the shape of whales. One reporter from the Herald recognized me and hurried over. "Professor Aronnax, a word before you board. Do you truly believe this creature exists?" "I do," I said simply. "And do you believe it can be killed?" I looked past him to the wide horizon. "And that depends on what it is." The reporter grinned. "Then we'll have our story either way. Good luck, Professor. The world will be listening." As I prepared to embark, a familiar voice called from behind. "Professor Aronnax!" I turned to see a large, sun-weathered man pushing through the crowd. It was Ned Land, the Canadian harpooner I'd met at the Boston lecture. He was carrying his gear over one shoulder, a long harpoon strapped across his back like a knight's sword. "Didn't think I'd see you again so soon," I said with a smile. He grinned. "You scientists talk, I act. The Navy needed a good arm, and I couldn't resist a little adventure." "Adventure?" Conseil repeated, skeptically. "You call chasing a sea monster adventure?" Ned laughed. "Better than chasing whales. Besides, I hear the pay's good." Conseil raised an eyebrow. "Until it eats you." "I'll make sure it doesn't get the chance," Ned replied easily. "I've been at sea since I was 12, and I've never met a creature I couldn't handle." He looked up at the ship with admiration. "She's a beauty. Fastest in the fleet, they say." "Fast enough to catch the unknown?" I asked. His grin widened. "We'll find out." We boarded that afternoon amid cheers and the waving of flags. The Abraham Lincoln steamed slowly out of harbor,
her engines thrumming deep and steady beneath our feet. Behind us, the skyline of New York faded into a haze of smoke and sunlight. Captain Farragut stood at the bow, tall and broad-shouldered, his uniform immaculate even in the heat. He watched the receding city with a quiet, determined expression. "Gentlemen," he said, addressing the assembled officers and crew, "we are setting out not just for our country, but for the safety of every ship that sails the seas. Whether this creature be beast or machine, we will find it, study it, and, if necessary, destroy it." A cheer rose from the men. Cannons fired in salute. The ship's horn bellowed one long, echoing note across the water. And just like that, our hunt began. The days that followed were calm, almost disappointingly so. We crossed the Atlantic without sighting so much as a whale. The crew grew restless. They wanted action, something to break the monotony. Ned Land was the most impatient of all. 16 days and nothing, he grumbled one afternoon as we leaned on the rail. Not a ripple, not a shadow. I'm starting to think your monster's a myth after all. It may not show itself so easily, I replied. The ocean is vast. We are but a speck upon it. He smirked. A poetic way to say we're lost. Conseil, who was polishing a brass instrument nearby, said dryly, "Patience, Mr. Land. The professor's monsters tend to appear when least expected." Ned laughed. "Let's hope so, or I'll be the one turning monstrous from boredom." Evenings aboard the Abraham Lincoln were strangely peaceful. We dined under lamplight in the officers' mess, the air thick with pipe smoke and speculation. Some men believed we'd find the creature soon. Others whispered that we were chasing a ghost. One night, Captain Farragut joined us at table. "Professor," he said, "I've read your paper on the narwhal theory. Convincing, I must say. But do you truly believe such a creature could exist unseen for so long?" "The ocean conceals more than it reveals, Captain," I said. "For every species we know, there are dozens we do not. The sea is a world apart, ancient, immense, and patient." He nodded thoughtfully. "Patience is a luxury we may not have. The men grow restless. They need a sign, something to prove this isn't all for nothing." Ned raised his glass. "Then let's find it soon, Captain. My harpoon arm's getting stiff." Farragut chuckled. "Careful what you wish for, Mr. Land. You may soon have more target than you can handle." Weeks passed. We crossed the Tropic of Cancer, scoured the Caribbean, and ventured south toward the equator. The ship's lookouts grew weary from scanning endless blue horizons. Every whitecap looked like foam from the creature's wake, every glimmer of light a phantom glow. By the time we reached the waters near the Azores, morale was slipping. Some crewmen muttered that the monster had sunk back into the depths to sleep for another century. Others suggested turning back. But Captain Farragut would not hear of it. "We'll find it," he told me one evening as we stood alone on deck, the moonlight silver on the waves. "I feel it in my bones, Professor. The sea doesn't keep secrets forever." "I admire your conviction," I said. He smiled faintly. "Conviction and stubbornness often look the same, I've been told." We stood in silence for a while, listening to the wind in the rigging and the slow churn of the propellers below. That night, long after the crew had turned in, I found myself unable to sleep. I went on deck and stared out at the vast, dark ocean stretching endlessly in every direction. The stars shimmered like scattered pearls across the sky. Conseil joined me, carrying 2 cups of coffee. "You're awake again, sir." "I can't help it," I admitted. "Every time I close my eyes, I imagine what might be waiting out there. Something enormous, something intelligent." He handed me a cup. "If it's intelligent, let's hope it's friendly." I smiled. "Perhaps it's not intelligent in the way we think. Perhaps it's just another force of nature, vast, unstoppable, and unaware of us entirely." He sipped his coffee. "That's not much comfort." "No, I said quietly. It isn't. At dawn, a lookout's cry shattered the silence. Something ahead! Starboard bow! The crew rushed to the rail. A dark shape broke the surface, long, sleek, and gliding fast through the waves. Whale! Someone shouted. No! Look at the light! Another yelled. The water beneath the shape glowed with a strange bluish fire, as if the creature carried the stars beneath it. Captain Faraday's voice rang out. Full steam ahead! Bring the ship to battle readiness! Cannon crew sprang into position. Ned Land gripped his harpoon, eyes alight. There it is, he muttered, the ghost we've been chasing. I leaned over the rail, heart pounding. The shape was real, massive and moving fast. For the first time since the rumors began, the mystery of the sea had a form. Whatever it was no illusion. Hold your fire, the captain ordered. We'll close the distance first. The ship surged forward, the engines straining. Waves foamed and hissed against the hull as we pursued the glowing shape through the morning mist. And as the creature moved, the light beneath it pulsed, bright, rhythmic, almost deliberate. It was alive, and it was waiting for us. The sea boiled beneath us as the Abraham Lincoln surged forward. Every man aboard strained his eyes toward the strange glowing shape cutting through the waves ahead. The early light shimmered across the water, and for a brief moment we saw it clearly. An enormous form, long and smooth, moving with effortless power. Captain Farragut barked orders from the quarterdeck. All ahead! Maintain distance! Steady as she goes! The helmsman obeyed, the ship's bow slicing through the foam. The men crowded the rails, whispering, pointing, arguing in half-believing voices. Ned Land stood beside me, his arms crossed, eyes narrowed against the wind. He said nothing at first, just watched. When the shape turned, revealing a shimmer like burnished steel beneath the surface, he finally spoke. "That's no whale," he muttered. "I've hunted every kind of beast that swims, and none look like that." "What then?" I asked. He spat over the side. "I don't know, but if it breathes, I'll hit it." Captain Farragut turned toward us. "Mr. Land, we'll need that harpoon arm soon enough. Ready your gear." Ned nodded. "Aye, Captain. Just give me a target that bleeds." Hours passed as the chase continued. The creature, or whatever it was, kept its distance, never quite fleeing, never quite approaching. It seemed to toy with us, diving deep whenever we drew close, then reappearing off the bow, as if daring us to follow. At noon, it vanished entirely. The sea returned to its ordinary color, the light gone as though snuffed out by unseen hands. The men murmured uneasily. Some crossed themselves, others cursed softly. "It's toying with us," Ned said, resting his harpoon against the rail. "Smart thing, whatever it is." The captain's jaw tightened. "We'll not lose it. We'll hunt day and night until it shows itself again." He ordered the crew to maintain course, and so we did, hour after hour, through sunset and into darkness. That night, the wind died and the sea turned glassy calm. Stars reflected off the water like scattered coins. The silence was so deep I could hear the slow tick of the ship's compass in its brass housing. I joined Ned and Conseil at the stern. Ned was sharpening his harpoon with the slow, rhythmic scrape of steel on stone. "You seem confident," I said. He shrugged. "Confidence doesn't matter, Professor. Habit does. You do what you've always done. Hunt, strike, survive." Conseil chuckled softly. "And what if it's not a creature? What if it's a ship?" "Then I'll sink it," Ned replied. I smiled, ever the optimist. He looked up, his expression thoughtful. Tell me, Professor, you really believe in this thing? You think it's some kind of giant narwhal? I believe in evidence, and so far the evidence points to something alive, something beyond what we've known. Ned nodded slowly. Alive or not, I'll hit it the same way. Just after midnight, the lookout shouted from above, "Light ahead! Starboard!" The crew rushed to the rails. There it was again, a glow spreading across the black water, faint at first, then brightening until the entire surface seemed alive with liquid fire. Captain Farragut strode to the bow. "Helm, bring us in slowly. Keep our guns ready." The creature, or vessel, floated motionless now, half a mile away, its body shining with that eerie bluish light. For the first time I saw its outline clearly. Long, spindle-shaped, the surface gleaming like polished iron. "Metal," I whispered. "It's not skin, it's metal." "Then it's man-made," Ned said grimly, "and whoever built it knows the sea better than anyone alive." Captain Farragut's voice cut through the air. "Signal it! Let's see if it answers!" The ship's signal lantern flashed across the water. No reply. Again, nothing. "Load the forward gun," the captain ordered. A warning shot. The cannon thundered. A plume of water erupted just ahead of the glowing shape. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, it began to move, turning toward us. It came at us like a charging whale, the light beneath it blazing brighter. "Brace for impact!" the captain shouted. The shock when it struck was like being rammed by a mountain. The ship groaned, timbers cracking, men thrown to the deck. The hull shuddered, but held firm. Ned Land was the first to his feet. "Now it's my turn," he growled. He grabbed his harpoon and ran to the rail. The creature passed us close, so close we could see rivets glinting along its surface. It wasn't a whale. It was a machine, a living engine of iron and light. Ned took aim and threw. The harpoon struck true, metal rang against metal, but the point glanced off, leaving not a mark. He stared in disbelief. Impossible! The thing dove beneath us. The ship lurched violently, the sea churning with bubbles and phosphorescent foam. When it surfaced again, it was 50 yards off, circling like a predator. Captain Farragut's orders snapped through the chaos. "Hard to port! Prepare the guns!" But before the men could fire, the creature slipped beneath the waves once more, and this time it did not return. The next day dawned gray and tense. The sea was calm again, but every man on deck was jumpy, waiting for another blow. The hull had survived the night, though she'd taken damage. 2 men had been thrown into the rigging, but lived. I examined the side where Ned's harpoon had struck. The metal was unmarred, smooth as ever, not even a dent. I murmured, "It's impossible. No living creature could withstand such force. No ship could move like that." Ned crossed his arms. "Then what is it?" I looked out across the water, lost in thought. Something new. Something no one has ever built, or perhaps something built long ago, by hands we don't yet understand. Conseil frowned. "You think it's deserted?" Some kind of ghost ship? Perhaps, I said quietly. But whatever it is, it's out there. Watching. That evening, we dined with Captain Farragut in the officers' mess. The atmosphere was grim. I'll not call it a creature anymore. That thing is no animal. It's a machine. Some kind of underwater vessel. And yet, I said, it behaves as though it has instincts, strategy even. Purpose, yes, Ned said bitterly. It rammed us without hesitation. That's intent enough for me. The captain sighed. Gentlemen, whatever this machine is, it's armed or dangerous by design. We'll repair and pursue. I won't turn back until we've solved this mystery. He rose, his hand on the table. If we fail, let the sea take us, but we will not be remembered as cowards. Night fell. The ocean stretched silent and black in every direction. The ship's lanterns cast small circles of light across the deck, and the men spoke in hushed tones. Ned Land sat beside me on a coil of rope, staring into the dark. I've hunted whales, sharks, even a giant squid once. But this isn't just another hunt. No, it's something else entirely. He nodded. You know what frightens me most, Professor? What's that? He glanced at the water. It didn't attack to kill us. It could have. It rammed us just enough to warn us off. Like it was saying, don't follow. I said nothing. The sound of the waves filled the silence between us.
The following dawn was gray and heavy. The sea lay calm, as if exhausted from the storm of the night before. But every man aboard the Abraham Lincoln knew the truth. Beneath that calm surface, the unknown still followed. Captain Farragut stood on the quarterdeck, coat unbuttoned, eyes bloodshot from a sleepless night. His gaze swept the horizon like a hawk hunting prey. "Mr. Land," he said, voice low but firm, "keep your harpoons ready. The moment that thing shows itself, we strike." Ned Land, leaning on the rail, gave a single nod. "I don't miss, Captain. Just make sure we get close enough." The rest of the crew waited in uneasy silence. No one joked now. The laughter and bravado of earlier days had given way to grim purpose. I watched the faces around me, men who had signed on for adventure, now realizing what they had truly found. The unknown was no longer thrilling, it was terrifying. Conseil whispered at my side, "Sir, it's following us again." I turned. Far behind, faint through the mist, glowed a single light beneath the waves. Steady, silent, patient. The crew saw it too. A murmur ran along the deck. The monster, machine, whatever it was, had not left us. Hours passed. The light held its distance, as if studying us. Sometimes it vanished, only to reappear at a new angle, circling us slowly. The men grew restless. "Why doesn't it attack?" one muttered. "Maybe it's waiting," said another. Ned Land spat into the sea. "Waiting for what?" The captain ignored the talk. He stood rigid, eyes locked on that ghostly glow. By afternoon, the heat pressed down like a weight. The sky was clear, the sea glassy smooth, and still the thing followed. Finally, Farragut snapped. "Enough," he said. "We'll turn and face it. If it's a beast, we'll kill it. If it's a machine, we'll capture it." He gave the order. "Helm, hard about. Bring her to starboard." The ship heeled as she swung into a wide arc, engines roaring. Spray burst over the rails as the Abraham Lincoln came about to meet her phantom pursuer head-on. "There it is!" the lookout cried. The light surged forward, brighter than ever, cutting a blazing path across the water straight towards us. "Full steam ahead," the captain ordered. "Prepare to fire!" Cannons were run out and primed. Men took positions at the rails, rifles in hand. Ned Land braced himself, harpoon ready, muscles coiled like steel cables. The creature drew closer, its shape growing clearer, long, low, gleaming like molten iron beneath the sun. "Fire!" the captain shouted. The deck erupted in thunder. Cannon smoke rolled across the water. The first shot struck home, or seemed to, but the explosion scattered harmlessly off its surface, bursting into white spray. "Reload!" Farragut barked. Another volley. Another. Still nothing. "It's armored!" cried one gunner. "Nothing's touching it!" The creature kept coming. At 50 yards, the water churned violently. The sea foamed as if boiling, and the monster surged forward impossibly fast. "Brace for impact!" someone shouted. The collision came with a deafening crash. I was thrown to the deck, air blasted from my lungs. Wood splintered, iron groaned, the Abraham Lincoln shuddered from bow to stern. When I staggered to my feet, chaos filled the deck. Men shouted orders, smoke hung thick, ropes snapped, and the ship listed hard to port. "Damage report!" the captain roared. "The bow's split, sir! We're taking on water!" Ned Land, bleeding from a cut across his forehead, seized his harpoon. "That's set! I'm ending this!" "Don't be a fool!" I shouted, grabbing his arm. "You'll be killed!" He shook me off. "Better that than sitting here to wait to sink!" Before anyone could stop him, Ned climbed the rail and hurled himself into the sea. The water closed over him, a flash of silver and foam. "Man overboard!" the lookout cried. Without thinking, I followed. Conseil shouted after me, then dove too. Cold slammed into me like a hammer. The sea swallowed all sound. When I surfaced, gasping, the Abraham Lincoln was already drifting away, her engines faltering. "Ned!" I shouted. "Where are you?" A voice came faintly through the spray. "Here! To the left!" I struck out towards him, waves heaving. Conseil appeared beside me, swimming hard, face pale but determined. "There," he pointed. Through the mist, a vast shadow loomed, dark and silent, gliding just beneath the surface. The light beneath it pulsed softly, almost hypnotic. "It's coming back!" Conseil cried. "Hold on to me!" I shouted. But instead of striking, the shape rose, slowly, steadily, until its gleaming back broke the water beside us. We floated in its shadow, clinging to one another, staring up in awe and terror. It was no whale. Up close there was no mistaking it. A metal hull, smooth and curved, riveted like the plates of a warship. A hatch opened on its side. Hands reached out, human hands, grabbing Ned first, then me, then Conseil. We were hauled aboard, coughing and half blind from salt and fear. The hatch clanged shut behind us. The noise of the ocean vanished, replaced by a low, steady hum that seemed to vibrate through the floor. We found ourselves in a dim corridor, lit by strange, pale lamps that glowed without flame. Water dripped from our clothes, echoing faintly on the metal walls. Conseil's voice broke the silence. "We're inside it." Ned wiped blood from his forehead. "Inside the monster," he said grimly, "or whatever built it." "Listen," I whispered. From deeper within the ship came the faint rhythm of footsteps. Slow, deliberate, unhurried. Someone was coming. A door slid open ahead of us with a hiss. The light beyond was stronger, and from the threshold stepped two men. They wore close-fitting garments of dark material, their faces pale and expressionless. One of them spoke in a language I had never heard, harsh, rolling syllables that echoed strangely in the metal corridor. "I don't understand," I said quietly. Ned reached for his harpoon, instinctively, but the man raised a hand, calm and silent. He spoke again, this time in French, though the accent was strange. "You are safe. Do not resist." Conseil glanced at me. "Safe, sir?" The other man gestured towards a doorway. "Follow." We hesitated, but what choice did we have? We followed them through a narrow passage into a chamber that looked like something from another world. Brass, glass, and steel gleamed in soft light. Instruments of unknown design lined the walls, pressure gauges, compasses, and things I could not name. Through a large window, I could see the ocean itself, green and endless, pressing against the glass. Ned stared, speechless. "We're under the sea!" I nodded slowly. "Yes, and this is a ship, a submarine!" The two men left us in that strange room, closing the door behind us. We were alone now, surrounded by the hum of hidden engines. Ned paced like a caged animal. "We have to get out! There's air, but for how long? We don't even know where we are!" Conseil sat beside me, calmer. If they meant to harm us, they would have done it already. "Or they're waiting," Ned said darkly. I ran a hand over the glass, watching fish drift by in the green light. "No," I murmured. "They saved us. From drowning." "Maybe they only saved us to ask questions," Ned countered. "Then we'll answer and learn theirs." For a long time, none of us spoke. The ocean pressed close around us, silent and vast. In that stillness, I felt a strange awe settle over me, a realization that we were standing in a machine no man had ever imagined, built by minds unknown, moving freely through the deepest waters of the earth. Ned broke the silence at last. "You wanted proof, Professor. Well, here it is." I nodded slowly, staring out at the shadowy world beyond the glass. "Yes," I said. "Proof that man's inventions are—" The silence aboard the strange vessel was absolute. No creaking of timbers, no rush of the sea, only the soft hum of unseen machinery, steady as a heartbeat. We three, Ned Land, Conseil, and I, stood soaked and shivering in the metal chamber, surrounded by the unknown. Ned broke the silence first. "Well, Professor," he said, "I hope you're satisfied. We've found your monster, and now we're inside it." Conseil, ever calm, adjusted his wet collar. "At least we're not dead, Mr. Land. That's progress." Ned snorted. "Speak for yourself. I'd rather be back on the Abraham Lincoln with a harpoon in my hand than stuck in a tin whale at the bottom of the ocean." I couldn't blame him. The air here was cold, heavy, and faintly metallic. Strange lamps glowed along the walls, casting soft halos of light that flickered like candle flames, yet had no fire. Beyond the glass porthole, fish drifted by, silver and blue shapes gliding through green water, oblivious to our fear. It was beautiful, terrifyingly beautiful. A door slid open behind us with a hiss, and one of the same silent crewmen entered. He gestured for us to follow. Ned tensed, but I laid a hand on his arm. "Easy," I said.
If they wanted harm, they'd have left us to drown. Grumbling, he followed. We were led through narrow corridors lined with brass and steel, down a staircase that curved like a seashell. At last we reached another chamber, larger this time, filled with light and the faint scent of ozone. Rows of complex instruments surrounded a great central table. It looked like the control room of some futuristic machine. Behind that table stood a man. He was tall, with dark hair swept back and a beard touched with silver. His eyes were steady, the kind of eyes that missed nothing. He wore no uniform, only a simple coat of deep blue cloth, elegant in its precision. When he spoke, his voice was calm, deep, and controlled. "Welcome," he said, in flawless French. We froze. For a moment, none of us could answer. "You speak our language," I said finally. "I speak several, but French will do. It's been some time since I've heard it spoken aboard my ship." "Your ship?" I asked. "Then you are—" He inclined his head slightly. "Its commander." Ned stepped forward, fists clenched. "Then you're the one who rammed the Abraham Lincoln! You killed men! Sank ships!" The man's gaze sharpened, but his tone remained even. "We sank no ships, Mr. Land. We defended ourselves. Your vessel attacked us first." "That's a lie," Ned snapped. "You struck first. We were in open water." "I did what I had to do," the man said, his voice low but unyielding. "No one pursues my ship. No one!" Conseil whispered, "Sir, please." But the man raised a hand. "You are safe here. For now. You are not prisoners. Yet. Consider yourselves, for the moment, my guests." He turned his eyes to me. "You are Professor Aronnax, the naturalist. I have read your work on marine fauna." I blinked. "You know me?" A faint smile touched his lips. "The ocean is my world, Professor. It would be strange if I did not know its students." "And may I ask who you are, and what this vessel is?" He hesitated, then answered simply. "My name is Captain Nemo. This ship is the Nautilus." The word hung in the air like a challenge. Nautilus. Even the name sounded alive, sleek, silent, built for the depths. Ned folded his arms. A fine name for a murderer. Nemo's gaze turned cold. "Careful, Mr. Land. You are alive because I allowed it." "Allowed it?" Ned growled. "You mean you'll decide if we keep breathing?" "I mean," Nemo said evenly, "that the surface world has no claim on me or over you while you are here. The sea is my home, and in it I am free. But freedom demands isolation." Conseil spoke softly. "Isolation, sir." "Yes," Nemo replied. "No law, no flag, no nation, only the sea." For a moment, none of us spoke. Even Ned, bristling with anger, seemed taken aback. I found my voice first. "Then you live entirely beneath the ocean?" Nemo nodded. "Entirely. We rise only when necessity demands it. Supplies, repairs, fresh air. The rest of the time we travel unseen. The world above no longer concerns me." "But the Nautilus," I said. "Such a vessel, how does it exist? There is no power on Earth capable of—" He interrupted with a small smile. "You are a man of science, Professor. You will see soon enough." He turned and gestured toward the wall. A section slid open, revealing a massive glass panel, like a window, but thicker than any glass I'd ever seen. Through it, the sea unfolded in a vast panorama. Coral towers, drifting fish, shafts of sunlight trembling through the blue. Conseil gasped. "It's magnificent." Ned said nothing. but I saw the awe in his eyes, despite himself. "The ocean," Nemo said quietly, "is alive, endless, eternal. It gives and it takes. Everything man has built is dust compared to it." I stepped closer to the glass, my hand trembling slightly. "To see it like this, you have made the impossible real." "I have made myself free," Nemo said. "That is all." He turned back to us. "You will stay here for now. My men will bring food and clothing. Rest, observe, and learn if you wish. But understand this: no one leaves the Nautilus." Ned took a step forward. "And if we refuse?" Nemo's voice turned colder than the sea outside. "Then you will stay anyway. The ocean is vast, Mr. Land, and mercy is scarce at its bottom." With that, he motioned to his men. The doors slid open and they guided us, firmly but without violence, back to our chamber. Ned said nothing until the door closed behind us. Then he exploded. "Guests! He calls us guests! We're prisoners in a coffin made of iron!" Conseil sat down wearily. "Still better than being corpses in the sea." Ned glared at him. "You're too calm, lad. Doesn't this bother you?" "Of course it does," Conseil said, "but shouting won't open the door." Ned paced the room, muttering curses. "I'll find a way out, I swear it." I looked once more at the walls, the floor, the strange lights that pulsed with quiet energy. "No," I said slowly, "not yet. For now we learn, we listen. Captain Nemo is a mystery, but mysteries are meant to be solved." That night, sleep came only in fragments. I dreamed of dark depths and glowing shapes moving through the blackness, of a silent ship gliding between them like a ghost. Somewhere in that dream, I saw Nemo, standing alone at the window, his eyes lost in the endless sea. When I awoke, the hum of the Nautilus was still there, steady, unbroken, eternal. Conseil was already awake, polishing his boots as though the routine might restore some sense of normal life. Ned sat by the wall, staring at the closed door. "Well," he said, "what now, Professor?" I listened to the faint vibration through the deck plates. "Now, we move. We're underway." The Nautilus was alive again, gliding through the ocean depths at full steam, swift, silent, unstoppable. Somewhere beyond its walls, the world believed we were dead. But the truth was stranger. We had vanished from the world of men and entered another entirely.
When I awoke the next morning, the Nautilus was still humming quietly beneath my feet. The air felt fresher somehow, as if we had surfaced during the night. Soft blue light filtered through the circular window beside my bed, sunlight bending through water. For a moment, I simply watched the play of light on the walls. We were alive, truly alive, in a world no man had ever lived in before. Then, the memory of our situation returned. The strange captain, the metallic sea beast, our captivity. I rose quickly. Ned Land was already awake, sitting on the edge of his bunk, arms folded, eyes stormy. Conseil stood at the small table, arranging the breakfast that had been silently delivered while we slept. Coffee, fruit, biscuits, and an unfamiliar white meat, tender and sweet. "Fish," Conseil said with a grin, noticing my hesitation. "At least, I think it's fish. Down here, who can tell?" Ned scowled. "It's food. That's all I care about." I sat with them. "Any sign of our hosts?" Not a word. No guards, no keys, no way out. Just that humming all around us. I'd call it peaceful if it didn't feel so much like a cage. I sipped the coffee, Surprisingly rich. Perhaps we'll learn more soon. A man like Captain Nemo does anything without purpose. Maybe his purpose is keeping us down here, Ned muttered. I'm telling you, Professor, this is madness. We've got to find a way off this thing. Conseil smiled faintly. And swim home? Through 10 miles of water? Ned's glare softened into a grudging grin. Fine, we'll build a raft. Out of what? Air? The laugh that followed broke the tension for a moment, but it didn't last. We all knew the truth. There was no way out. The door opened suddenly. 2 of Nemo's crew entered, silent as shadows. One motioned for us to follow. Ned's hand tightened on his harpoon shaft. If they try anything... Ned, I said sharply, let's not make this worse. He grumbled, but followed. We were led back to the great chamber where we'd first met Captain Nemo. He stood by the wide glass window, gazing into the ocean beyond. The light played across his face, carving deep lines of thought. Without turning, he said, "You slept well, I hope?" "Well enough, Captain, though I still don't know if we're guests or prisoners." He turned then, meeting my gaze. "Both, perhaps. But I assure you, Professor Aronnax, you are safer here than anywhere on the surface." "That depends on what lies beneath," Ned said dryly. A small smile flickered across Nemo's face. "A fair point, Mr. Land, but soon you will see why I say so. The ocean is not your enemy." "Tell that to the ships you've rammed," Ned muttered. Nemo ignored him. "You are men of science and strength, qualities I respect. I do not wish you harm. On the contrary, I invite you to witness something few eyes have ever seen before." He gestured toward the window. "Look." We stepped closer. Outside, the sea unfolded in a panorama of wonder. A vast coral plain stretched into the blue distance, dotted with strange shapes that moved slowly, creatures I had never seen before. A great shadow glided overhead, and I gasped. It was enormous, longer than the Nautilus itself, its skin silver gray and smooth as polished steel. "A whale," Conseil whispered. "No, not like any whale known to science," I said slowly. Nemo folded his arms. "Indeed, you are looking upon a species unclassified by your world, a titan of the deep. I have studied them for years." "Years?" I asked. "You've seen them before?" "Many times," he said. "They travel in pairs, sometimes in herds. Gentle creatures, unless provoked." Ned Land's eyes gleamed. "Gentle, maybe, but they'd make fine sport." "Sport?" Nemo's tone sharpened. "You hunt them?" "It's what I do," Ned said, unflinching. "It's what feeds families up north." "Feeds families," Nemo repeated quietly, "and leaves the sea empty. You kill for oil, for trophies, for pride." Ned stiffened. "And you sink ships." Nemo's eyes flashed like cold fire. "I destroy war machines, not living beings. I hunt no creature that does not threaten me." I stepped forward quickly. "Captain, please, there's no need for anger." He turned to me, the tension slowly fading from his face. "No, you are right, Professor. Forgive me. The ocean is my refuge. When I see men speak of it as prey, I forget myself." For a long while, we stood in silence, watching the great whale drift through the water. It moved with calm majesty, its fins cutting slow arcs through beams of sunlight. I felt a deep awe, the kind that silences all words. Here was a creature older than our nations, stronger than our machines, free beyond any man's reach. Conseil whispered, "Sir,
Do you realize what this means? A new species. You'll need to name it." I smiled faintly. "Perhaps, but naming seems almost presumptuous, doesn't it? As if words could contain what it is." Nemo nodded approvingly. "Exactly so. The ocean does not care for our classifications. Down here, man is small again. And that, Professor, is why I live here." He led us through a door into a narrower chamber filled with instruments. At its center stood a great chart, the oceans mapped in exquisite detail, dotted with notes and markings in languages I couldn't recognize. Nemo placed his hand on the chart. "This is the world as it truly is. Not the thin ribbon of land you call civilization, but the vast unknown that covers 7/10 of your planet. I have sailed it all." "You mean the Nautilus has traveled around the world?" I asked, astonished. "Several times," he said simply. "And she will, again." Ned shook his head. "You must hate the surface world a lot to hide down here." Nemo's eyes darkened. "Hate? No, I pity it. Men build empires of sand and call themselves masters of the earth. But the sea," he gestured toward the window, "the sea belongs to no one." "Then why hide?" Ned asked quietly, "if you're so free?" Nemo looked at him, and for the first time I saw weariness behind the fire. "Because freedom requires solitude, Mr. Land, and solitude demands sacrifice." He turned back to the controls and pressed a lever. The Nautilus stirred, a deep vibration running through the floor. Outside, the world began to move. Rocks and coral slipped past the window as the Nautilus glided forward, swift and graceful as a shark. "Full speed," Nemo said softly. "You will now see what my ship can do." We braced ourselves as the hum deepened. The motion grew smoother, faster, until the seafloor blurred beneath us. Schools of fish scattered before the Nautilus like silver dust. A giant stingray soared overhead, its wings undulating in slow rhythm. Conseil gripped the railing, eyes wide. "Incredible! How fast are we going?" 40 knots, I guessed. Nemo smiled. "Closer to 50. "Whistle," Ned said. "No ship on Earth could match that." "No ship on Earth should," Nemo replied. "Speed invites pursuit, and pursuit leads to war." For a while none of us spoke. The sea streamed past in endless motion, alive and silent. Every few minutes, strange lights flickered in the deep. Fish with glowing eyes, shapes that shimmered like ghosts. I thought of the world above, the noise, the crowds, the smoke of cities, and for the first time it felt far away. Down here there was only movement and silence, purpose and mystery. And Captain Nemo, a man both master and prisoner of the sea he loved. After some time he turned to me. "Professor Aronnax, your world will never understand mine, but perhaps in time you will." "I hope to," I said, "if you'll allow me." He inclined his head. "You are welcome to observe, study, write if you wish. But remember, the Nautilus is not a ship of men. It is a ship of the sea. And once you have entered her, you belong to her depths." His words settled over me.
Life aboard the Nautilus soon fell into a strange rhythm. Each day began not with the sound of bells or waves, but with the low, steady pulse of its engines, a heartbeat of metal and current. We were moving constantly, though we never felt motion in the usual sense. The ocean pressed against us on every side, yet we glided through it in perfect silence. Captain Nemo had vanished for most of that first day. No one came for us, no orders were given. Meals appeared as if by unseen hands, perfectly timed, perfectly prepared. Fruits of the sea, bread of some unknown grain, clear water drawn from depths I could not guess. Conseil accepted it with calm practicality. Ned Land, however, paced like a caged lion. "I can't stand it," he growled. "No sun, no wind, no sky, just this floating tomb." "It's not a tomb, it's a miracle. Do you realize what we're seeing, Ned? The first true submarine, a vessel that moves freely through the deep, independent of the world above?" He stopped and glared at me. "You sound impressed, Professor." "I am," I admitted. "Scientifically, it's the greatest invention of our age." Ned jabbed a thumb toward the door. "Then maybe you can admire it while I find a way out." "Out?" Conseil said mildly. "And go where exactly? The nearest shore is probably 100 miles away, and the surface, well, it's a long swim up." Ned grunted. "You two can stay and play scientists. I was born for open decks, not metal coffins." "Perhaps," I said gently, "but for now, survival demands patience." He didn't answer, but I saw the tension in his jaw. A few hours later, the door opened. One of the crew appeared, tall, silent, his face hidden by a mask-like visor. He gestured for us to follow. Ned crossed his arms. "I don't take orders from ghosts." "Ned," I warned softly, "let's go." We followed the man through the same polished corridors as before, down to a large room filled with instruments and maps. At its center stood Captain Nemo. He looked up from his charts and gave a faint nod. "Good morning, gentlemen. I trust you have rested." "I've had better nights," Ned said flatly. He ignored him. "You have questions. I will answer some. The Nautilus is not a monster nor a machine of war. She is a refuge, my home, my creation." I stepped forward. "And her power source? Surely no steam engine could drive such speed." A faint smile touched his lips. "Electricity, Professor. The sea itself provides it. Every current, every tide, all harnessed and stored. My ship lives from the ocean as surely as the creatures within it." "Electricity?" I said, astonished. "From the sea? But that's—" "Impossible," Nemo finished. "You see impossibility. I see potential. Science is only the art of seeing what others do not." He motioned toward a nearby lever. "Would you like to see how she moves?" I nodded eagerly. He pulled the lever and the deck vibrated beneath our feet. Outside the great window, the sea stirred. Sand swirled upward in golden clouds as the Nautilus began to move. We rose gently from the seafloor, shafts of sunlight piercing the water above like columns in a cathedral. "It's like flying," Conseil whispered. Nemo nodded. "We are free from gravity, wind, and wave. No anchor, no harbor. The sea itself carries us." He adjusted a control and the view shifted. Coral forests swept past like dreamscapes, delicate, fragile, endless. Schools of fish glittered in silver ribbons. A sea turtle drifted lazily beside us, its shell reflecting light like polished bronze. Ned stood motionless, his defiance fading to wonder. "I'll be damned," he murmured. It's beautiful." "Yes, the world above builds empires and tears them down. But here everything endures." Hours passed as we glided through underwater valleys and over great plains of sand. Sometimes Nemo spoke, naming species, describing currents, identifying volcanic ridges and mineral veins with the precision of a man who knew every secret of the sea. Other times he stood silent, lost in thought, as though listening to a voice only he could hear. At one point, we passed what looked like the ruins of a shipwreck, the broken ribs of a vessel half buried in the silt. Nemo paused, his face unreadable. "Do you rescue survivors?" I asked gently. He shook his head. "No one survives down here for long. The sea keeps what it takes." "Then why not salvage the wrecks? There's treasure in those bones, gold, silver, cargo." "I have no use for gold. It is the metal of greed. The sea's wealth lies in its knowledge, not its coins." Conseil leaned toward me and whispered, "He speaks like a man with a wound." I nodded.
Yes, and wounds make strange philosophers. Later, in the great salon, Nemo invited us to explore freely. The room was a marvel. Bookshelves lined with hundreds of volumes, instruments polished to perfection, and paintings that could have hung in any royal gallery. "Everything you see," Nemo said, "comes from the sea. The pigments, the glass, even the leather. We take nothing from the surface world." I ran a hand along a globe of the earth positioned beside his desk. "You reject it entirely?" He gave a small, almost weary smile. "The land betrayed me long ago, Professor. Down here, I owe nothing to any man." "And yet you save men like us," I said. "Why?" "Because you were cast into my world without choice, and I do not kill the innocent." Ned's voice was sharp. "But you killed before." Nemo's eyes flicked toward him, cold and controlled. "I destroy instruments of tyranny, Mr. Land, ships that spread death, not life. The difference is subtle, but important." Ned muttered something under his breath. Conseil nudged him sharply to silence. For days, or perhaps weeks, time lost its meaning. We drifted through this underwater dream. Every window offered a new wonder. Underwater volcanoes that glowed like red stars, forests of kelp waving in slow rhythm, the bones of ancient creatures fossilized in stone. I filled pages of notes and sketches, my scientific mind overwhelmed. Conseil catalogued species by habit. Even Ned, though restless, could not resist staring for hours at the strange life that surrounded us. But yet, the deeper we traveled, the more I felt it. The isolation. No horizon. No wind. No sound but the quiet hum of machinery. A world without day or night, only motion and shadow. Ned called it a prison. Conseil called it a miracle. I began to suspect it was both. One evening, as we dined with Nemo, I asked him, "Do you ever tire of it? The sea, the silence?" He set down his cup and looked at me. "Do you ever tire of breathing, Professor?" His tone was gentle, but there was weight behind the words, a loneliness that made my chest tighten. "I do not live in silence," he continued. "The sea speaks to those who listen. Every current has a voice, every storm a story. The world above is loud and empty. Down here, I find peace." "And your crew?" I asked. "They share your vision?" "They share my choice," he said simply. "Each one left the surface behind as I did. We are bound by purpose, not by flag." "What purpose?" Ned demanded. "To drift forever?" Nemo's gaze turned distant. "To remain free." That night I stood at the great window long after the lights dimmed. Outside, the ocean glowed faintly with the light of strange creatures, luminous jellyfish pulsing like living lanterns, tiny sparks of plankton swirling in endless constellations. It was as if the stars themselves had fallen into the sea. Conseil joined me quietly. "Do you still wish to leave, sir?" I smiled sadly. "I wish to understand. That's not the same thing." Behind us, Ned muttered in his sleep, dreaming of open air and sunlight. The Nautilus moved on, tireless and unstoppable, a shadow beneath the waves. We were passengers in a world that was both sanctuary and prison, a place where man could move freely, yet never truly be free. And though I could not see it yet, that contradiction would soon lead us into peril deeper than any ocean trench.
Days passed aboard the Nautilus, and the wonder that had once filled me slowly gave way to restlessness. The sea outside remained beautiful beyond measure, but the sameness of it, endless blue, endless hum, began to wear upon the mind. Even Conseil, unshakably patient, had grown quieter. Ned Land, however, had reached his limit. He spent most of his hours pacing the corridors or standing by the viewing window, arms folded, jaw tight. When he spoke, it was rarely without bitterness. "I'm a hunter," he said one morning. "A man needs sky above him, wind in his face. This place, it's like living in a dream you can't wake up from. "It's not so bad," Conseil offered mildly. "At least the dream is clean, quiet, and well-fed. That's the problem. Too clean, too quiet. It's the quiet of a grave." He turned to me. "Professor, how long are you planning to stay his guest? Because I'm done." I closed my notebook. "You mean to escape?" "I mean to breathe real air again," he said, "even if it kills me." Later that day, Captain Nemo summoned me to the main salon. He was studying a chart that showed our path across the Pacific, a thin, winding line stretching thousands of miles. "Your companion grows uneasy," he said without turning. "He is not suited to the silence of the deep." "You read us too well," I replied. "He's a man of action." "And you, Professor, are you a man of patience?" "I try to be," I said carefully. "But even patience has limits." Nemo looked up then, and I saw the weariness in his eyes, not of the body, but of the spirit. "The surface world," he said, "judges freedom by the distance one can walk before meeting a wall. Down here, freedom is measured by how deeply you can disappear." "Disappear?" I asked. "Yes, I have erased myself from their maps. Nations, wars, greed, they are noise. I will not return to that noise." I studied him for a moment. "And what of those who did not choose this life? What of us?" He gave a faint, sad smile. "In time, you will understand. The sea is not a prison. It is deliverance." When I told Ned Land what Nemo had said, his temper flared. "Deliverance? That's rich," he spat. "A man builds a coffin of steel, buries himself alive, and calls it freedom? We saved his lives," I reminded him. "He saved them to keep us here. Don't you see? He wants witnesses, admirers, slaves that call him a genius." Conseil, ever the mediator, sighed. "He's strange, yes, but he feeds us. He lets us see wonders no man has seen." He named again. "You can stay and catalog the fish all you want. Me? I'm leaving the first chance I get." "And how exactly?" I asked. "We don't even know where we are." "Then I'll find out," he said. "Mark my words, Professor. One day he'll surface, and when he does, I'll be gone." The opportunity came sooner than we expected. 2 days later, the Nautilus rose toward the surface. A soft rumble echoed through the hull as ballast tanks released water. For the first time in weeks, the cabin filled with real sunlight. I hadn't realized how much I'd missed it until then. Conseil closed his eyes, smiling. "It's like warmth returning to the soul." Ned stood by the hatch, muscles coiled, watching the gauges climb. "When that top door opens, I'm gone." "Ned, listen to reason," I said. "You don't know what's above us. We could be in the middle of the ocean. Then I'll swim till I find land. That could be hundreds of miles." He didn't answer. His mind was set. The hatch opened with a hiss, and fresh air poured in. Cold, sharp, glorious. We climbed up into the sunlight, blinking against its brightness. The sea stretched in all directions, blinding and endless. No land, no sails, nothing but blue horizon. Ned let out a bitter laugh. So much for freedom. Captain Nemo joined us a moment later. He wore a long coat that shimmered faintly in the light, his hair stirred by the wind. "Magnificent, isn't it?" he said. "The world above, vast and empty. You wanted to breathe its air, now you can." Ned's knuckles whitened. "You call this freedom? A desert of water?" Nemo regarded him calmly. "It's the only true freedom there is. No borders, no laws, no men shouting orders." "Except you," Ned snapped.
The captain's eyes hardened, but his tone remained even. "You mistake leadership for tyranny. I command this vessel because someone must. Without order, the sea would claim us all." He turned to me. "Professor, you understand the need for discipline." "I understand the need for hope," I said quietly. Something flickered across his face, pain perhaps, and was gone. He gestured toward the horizon. "We surface to refresh air and collect supplies. If you wish to walk the deck, do so, but stay within sight. The Pacific can turn cruel without warning." With that, he descended the ladder, leaving us in silence. Ned leaned against the rail, watching the water glitter. He looked smaller somehow, a man built for open decks, now trapped between two infinities, the sea below and the sky above. Conseil approached him gently. "It's not so bad, Mr. Land. You have the sun at least." He gave a humorless laugh, a fine consolation for a man who can't touch shore. "Perhaps one day we will," I said, "if we're patient." He turned to me, eyes blazing. "Patience won't open hatches, Professor. Action will. Next time he surfaces, I'm taking my chances." I didn't argue. I knew words would not sway him. That evening, as the sun sank and the Nautilus prepared to dive again, we stood together on the deck. The ocean turned gold, then red, then violet as night approached. For a moment, even Ned Land fell silent. Conseil spoke softly. "It's strange. Up there," he pointed to the stars beginning to appear, "is freedom. Down there," he gestured toward the depths, "is wonder. And here, between them, we're suspended." I nodded. Between two worlds. The bell rang, a single clear tone. The hatch began to close. Ned took a last look at the horizon, then descended without a word. As the metal sealed overhead, the sunlight vanished, replaced once more by the dim glow of the Nautilus's lamps. The engine stirred to life, the hum returning like a heartbeat. Later, I found Captain Nemo in the chart room, standing alone before his instruments. He didn't turn when I entered. "You're troubled, Captain," I said. "Always," he replied quietly. "Men like Mr. Land cannot understand my choice. They see confinement where I see refuge." "Perhaps because you chose it," I said. "He did not." Nemo's hands tightened on the table's edge. "The sea asks for surrender, Professor. Some give it willingly. Others fight until it drowns them." "Which am I?" I asked. He looked at me, eyes dark and unreadable. "That remains to be seen." He turned away, his voice barely above a whisper. "Good night, Professor." I returned to my cabin. Ned Land was already asleep, his jaw set, even in rest. Conseil lay on his bunk, reading by the soft blue light of the lamp. Outside, the ocean rolled past the window in slow, silent waves. I felt the pull of both worlds, the surface calling faintly above, the deep murmuring below. And I wondered which would claim us first.
The days that followed were calm, though the calm felt heavy, watchful. Captain Nemo grew distant again, rarely seen except on the bridge or deep in his laboratory. The Nautilus moved with steady purpose through the Pacific depths, but no one aboard seemed to know where we were going or why. Ned Land had stopped speaking to me altogether, at least about escape. He was planning something, of that I was sure, but he had learned silence in the captain's presence. Conseil remained unchanged, polite and steady, a quiet counterweight to our growing unease. One morning, as I stood alone at the great window, Nemo appeared beside me without a sound. He watched the water drift by,
long ribbons of light and shadow, before speaking softly. "Professor Aronnax, you've studied the sea all your life, but tell me, have you ever truly known it?" I smiled faintly. "I've spent years classifying its creatures, mapping its currents, analyzing its chemistry. I'd say I know it fairly well." He shook his head. "No. You've observed it, but you have not lived it. Knowledge from the shore is like studying the sky through a window. To know the sea, you must breathe it, move with it, belong to it." "And you belong to it," I said. "Entirely," he answered. "I am no longer of the land. The surface world is a ghost to me, distant, unreal." "Then what are you, Captain?" I asked quietly. "A sailor? A scientist? An exile?" He looked at me then, eyes full of a kind of fierce pride. "I am a man of the waters." He led me through a narrow corridor to a small cabin lined with shelves. The air was filled with a faint hum, electricity, the living pulse of the Nautilus. He stopped before a glass case containing dozens of journals, each carefully labeled with dates and coordinates. "Every mile we travel is recorded here, every species catalogued, every current mapped. The surface nations spend their lives drawing borders across sand. I chart what endures." "You're creating an entirely new science," I said. "Odd." "Not creating," he replied, "restoring. The sea holds all history, all truth. Long before man raised his cities, the ocean ruled the world. It will again." I hesitated. "You speak as if you welcome that." "Perhaps I do," Nemo said, his tone unreadable. "Perhaps the surface must drown before it learns humility." I studied his face. "What did the world do to you, Captain?" He didn't answer. Instead, he turned to a nearby cabinet and opened it. Inside were rows of delicate shells, corals, pearls, treasures of impossible beauty. "These are my riches," he said. "The sea provides what I need. I ask for nothing more." "And your crew?" I asked. "Do they share your devotion?" He said, "They are my brothers. Each of them sought the same refuge I did, freedom from nations, from cruelty, from lies. Down here we are equals. The ocean has no kings." Later, that afternoon, he invited me to the bridge. The control room was alive with soft light, every gauge and dial gleaming under the glow of phosphorescent lamps. Through the forward glass, the world beyond unfolded in haunting silence. Forests of coral rising like cities, luminous fish drifting through them like ghosts. Nemo stood with one hand on the helm, serene as a priest at an altar. The crew moved about him with quiet precision, each man focused, each movement deliberate. "We are passing the reefs of Papua, a labyrinth of rock and life that few ships ever dare approach." "And yet we glide through it as easily as air," I said. He nodded. "Because we belong here. The sea yields its secrets to those who respect them." He pointed toward a vast shadow ahead, a field of coral shaped like the spires of a cathedral. Light poured through its arches, painting the ocean floor in gold. "Look there," he said. "Do you see beauty or danger?" I hesitated. "Both, perhaps?" He smiled. "Good. You're beginning to understand." For several hours we traveled through that underwater sanctuary. I could have sworn I saw ruins among the coral, shapes too symmetrical to be natural. Nemo confirmed it quietly. "Once a city stood here. The sea has reclaimed it." "What city?" I asked. He only said, "A forgotten one." When we emerged from the reef, the Nautilus slowed. Nemo gave an order, and the engines faded to silence. We hovered there in still water, surrounded by an endless twilight. He turned to me suddenly. "Would you care to walk on the ocean floor, Professor?" I blinked. "Walk?" He gestured towards a steel door at the back of the room. "The Nautilus carries diving suits, light, flexible, designed for long excursions. You will see the sea not through glass, but with your own eyes." I hesitated, torn between excitement and fear. "And the pressure? The depth? The suits are built to withstand it. Trust me, you will not forget what you see. An hour later, I stood in the diving chamber beside Nemo and two of his crew. The suits were heavy, made of dark rubber with brass fittings and thick glass helmets. Tubes connected us to small tanks strapped to our backs, a marvel of design I could barely comprehend. Nemo's voice came through a strange tube built into the helmet. Ready? I nodded, though my heart raced. Water began to fill the chamber, rising slowly past our knees, our waists, our shoulders. Then the outer door opened and the ocean accepted us. For a moment, I froze. It was not fear, it was wonder. The sea around us glowed faintly blue, alive with light. We stepped on the soft floor of white sand, leaving slow, graceful trails of bubbles behind us. Above, the hull of the Nautilus floated like a dark moon. Every moment was effortless, weightless. Fish drifted by within arm's reach, curious but unafraid. A garden of coral spread before us, red, gold, violet, waving gently with the current. I turned to Nemo. He stood motionless, arms folded, surveying his kingdom. Even through the glass of his helmet, I could see his expression: peace, pride, sorrow. He raised one hand and gestured around us as if to say, "Behold, this is my world." And I understood then that Captain Nemo was not merely hiding from the world. He had replaced it. For whatever purpose, I was not able to say. We walked for what felt like hours. The deeper we went, the darker it grew, until the light from the surface was only a faint silver haze. Strange creatures glided through the shadows, translucent eels, glowing jellyfish, enormous crabs with eyes like coals. At one point, Nemo knelt beside a rock formation and pointed to a cluster of pearls the size of grapes. He did not take them. He merely looked, then moved on. I realized then how wrong Ned Land had been. Nemo had no hunger for wealth. What he sought was something greater, perhaps redemption or peace, or simply distance from the chaos above. When we finally returned to the Nautilus, I was exhausted, but exhilarated. The chamber drained, and as the helmets came off, the world rushed back. Air, sound, weight. Nemo looked at me and smiled faintly. "Now, Professor, tell me, do you still believe man rules the sea?" "No," I said softly. "Man does not rule it. He barely survives in it." "Exactly," Nemo replied, "and that is why I live here. The sea does not lie." He turned to go, then paused at the door. "Remember this, Aronnax. The ocean is mercy and judgment both. It spares the humble and destroys the proud. Never forget which kind of man you are." And then he was gone, leaving me alone with the echo of his words and the hum of the great machine that carried us through eternity. That night, as I lay awake in my cabin, I could still feel the water around me, pressing close, infinite, and eternal. Ned Land might call it imprisonment. Conseil might call it wonder. But for me, it had become something else. It was a question, a vast, silent question that I was not yet ready to answer.
The morning after our dive, Captain Nemo invited us to join him on another expedition, one that, he promised, would reveal the living soul of the ocean. We met him in the diving chamber once again, dressed in our heavy suits, helmets gleaming under the pale lamps. "This time," Nemo said, "we go farther, to the forests of the sea." "Forests?" Ned Land asked skeptically. "You mean weeds and coral?" "You will see," Nemo replied. "The ocean has trees, Mr. Land, though their roots never touch earth." Conseil was already adjusting the straps of his oxygen tank. "I cannot wait to classify them." The captain gave a rare smile. "Then prepare to be very busy." Moments later, the chamber filled with water, and we stepped once more into that weightless world. The first thing I noticed was the light. It streamed down from above in golden shafts, broken and swaying like curtains of silk. We stood upon a plateau of pale sand, bordered by dark ridges that shimmered with growth. Ahead, rising from the seabed like the trunks of a forest, stood towering plants, kelp, and seaweed of immense size, swaying gently in the current. They reached 20, 30 feet high, their broad leaves twisting and folding like slow flames. Schools of fish darted among them like birds in a summer glade. I felt as though I had entered a dream, the kind that begins with wonder and ends with revelation. Nemo raised his hand, signaling us to follow. We moved among the underwater trees, our boots stirring small clouds of sand that drifted lazily behind us. Everywhere I looked, there was life. Starfish clinging to branches, tiny crabs crawling across the fronds, luminous anemones that glowed when brushed by our touch. Conseil cupped my arm and pointed to a small creature nestled in a leaf. "A seahorse!" he mouthed through his glass helmet, eyes bright with excitement. I nodded, scribbling a note on the waterproof slate I carried. If I lived 100 years, I thought, I could never catalog it all. After some distance, the ground began to rise. The forest thinned, giving way to strange coral structures shaped like columns and domes. In their hollows swam creatures of every color imaginable: blue, red, green, violet, living jewels in motion. We paused before a vast coral archway, and through it, the ocean opened into a wide plain covered with strange vegetation. Long ribbons of seaweed waved like grass in a meadow. Large shellfish rested in clusters, and at their touch they closed with slow, deliberate grace. Ned Land knelt beside one and pried it open with his knife. Inside lay a pearl, smooth and gray, glowing faintly in the dim light. He held it up to Nemo. "A beauty like that would buy a ship back home." Nemo shook his head. "And doom 10 men to drown retrieving it. Leave it, Mr. Land. The ocean gives freely, but it punishes greed." Reluctantly, Ned replaced the shell. I could see the frustration in his eyes, a hunter surrounded by abundance, forbidden to take a single prize. We walked on. As the terrain grew rockier, Nemo led us toward a great wall of volcanic stone that glowed faintly red from the warmth of deep fissures below. Steam rose in soft veils, turning the water cloudy and surreal. We moved through it carefully, the light shifting around us until it seemed we walked through clouds of molten gold. At one point, a shadow passed overhead, immense, slow, deliberate. A sea cow, perhaps 30 feet long, gliding peacefully through the forest canopy. Its calf followed close behind, their bodies outlined in the filtered light. Nemo watched them with something like reverence. He reached toward the mother as she drifted by, not to touch, but in silent greeting. When he turned back to us, his eyes shone with emotion I had not seen before. "They are the true citizens of this world," he said through the speaking tube. "They harm no one, they ask for nothing. Yet man would slaughter them for oil and vanity." Ned's voice crackled in reply. "And you'd kill men to save them?" Nemo's expression hardened behind his helmet. "If that is the price of peace, yes." The silence that followed was heavier than the sea around us. We reached the edge of the forest as the light began to fade. The water grew cooler, darker. Strange coral fungi glowed faintly blue in the gloom, and phosphorescent fish drifted among them like living embers. Nemo raised a lantern attached to his belt, and its beam revealed something extraordinary. A clearing. A natural amphitheater of stone surrounded by coral columns. At its center,
lay a mound of white sand, shaped almost like a grave. Nemo stopped there, motionless. I approached him slowly, unsure if I should speak. He placed one hand on the mound. Through the glass of his helmet, I saw a shadow cross his face, grief, deep and silent. After a long moment, he gestured to us to follow him away. When we were safely back aboard the Nautilus, I found the courage to ask, "Captain, that place in the forest, what was it?" He regarded me for a long time before answering. "A grave," he said softly. "One of my men. He chose this world as I did, and here the sea keeps him." "Was he your friend?" I asked. "They all are. The sea takes them gently. It is kinder than the land." That night, I could not sleep. The image of that coral grave stayed with me. The weight of it, the stillness, the strange holiness of it all. Ned Land broke the silence from his bunk. "You saw it too, didn't you? He's mad, that man, burying people down there like he's king of the damned." "He's not mad," I said quietly. "He's devoted. Maybe too much so." Conseil turned on his side. "If I die, sir," he said with a faint smile, "I hope you'll bury me somewhere with better lighting." We laughed softly, but it did nothing to ease the unease in the room. For the first time, I wondered what would happen if we never left the Nautilus. If one day the sea claimed us too, gently, quietly, forever. The next morning, the ship glided on as though nothing had happened. Nemo was his usual self, calm and composed, but there was a shadow to him now, a depth I had not seen before. I spent the day writing, trying to capture what I had seen, but words failed me. How could ink describe that forest of silence, those living cathedrals of color, that grave where no wind ever touched? Even Ned, restless as he was, had grown subdued. He stared through the window, watching the last fronds of kelp vanish into the blue, and said quietly, "If that's what lies under the sea, maybe it's not such a bad place to rest." Conseil nodded. "Peaceful, at least." And for once, none of us disagreed. That evening, I found Nemo alone at the chart table, tracing the ship's course by lamplight. "Captain," I said softly, "thank you for showing us the forest." He did not look up. "It is the only place where man's hand has not yet broken what the sea built." "You speak of the sea as if it were a god." He smiled faintly. "Not a god, Professor. A judge." Then, after a pause, "Sleep well. Tomorrow we descend farther than you have ever dreamed."
The next day began in perfect stillness. The Nautilus floated at rest somewhere in the vast Pacific. From my cabin window, I saw no movement, no passing life, only a slow drift of light through endless blue. It was as if the ship had stopped time itself. After breakfast, Captain Nemo invited me to his study. It was a room unlike any other aboard, less a captain's quarters, more a laboratory crossed with a cathedral. Instruments lined the walls, pressure gauges, compasses, dials whose purpose I couldn't begin to guess. The air was cool, humming softly with hidden energy. He motioned for me to sit. "I have promised you, Professor, some details regarding my ship," he said. "You are a man of science. Perhaps you can appreciate what I have created." I nodded, taking out my notebook. "More than you know, Captain." He smiled slightly. "Then let us begin." He walked to a great diagram hanging on the wall, the outline of the Nautilus drawn with precise mathematical elegance. She is 70 meters long and nearly 8 across. Her hull is built from 2 layers of steel, one within the other, separated by compressed air. That air serves as armor and insulation. The sea itself presses against us with the weight of mountains, yet she endures without so much as a whisper. I studied the diagram, tracing the lines of the hull. And your power source, it is electrical, yes? But from where do you obtain it? From the ocean. The sea contains an infinite reservoir of electricity. Salt, water, metal. The combination produces endless current if one knows how to draw it. Electrolysis, I murmured. You separate hydrogen and oxygen. Exactly, Nemo said, clearly pleased. The hydrogen powers my engines. The oxygen, refined and stored, gives us breathable air. The sea feeds us, fuels us, sustains us. The surface world is no longer necessary. Ned Land's voice came to mind, buried alive in a metal coffin. But as I listened to Nemo speak, I realized this was no coffin. It was a living organism, and he its beating heart. He continued, his voice calm, measured. The Nautilus can travel 8,000 leagues without surfacing. She carries all that is required: food, water, power, knowledge. My crew are trained in every discipline. No ports, no merchants, no kings. He paused, then added quietly, no debts. I glanced up. You speak as a man who has escaped more than nations, Captain. He looked at me with those deep, unwavering eyes. Perhaps, but numbers are safer than memories. He turned back to his instruments. At maximum power, we can reach 50 knots. We dive to a depth of 1,000 meters, though rarely. Pressure becomes unpredictable below that. 50 knots, I repeated in disbelief. No vessel on Earth could achieve that. None on Earth, he agreed. But below it, things are different. He walked to the central table where a model of the ship rested beneath glass. It took years to build her, he said softly, years of exile, every bolt forged by hands that swore never to return to the land. Where? Where did you build such a thing without discovery? He met my gaze with the faintest hint of a smile. In a place no map remembers. I turned the conversation toward his crew. Your men, how many serve aboard? 20. 20 souls bound by a common vow to live and die beneath the waves. Some were sailors, some engineers, some men who simply wished to vanish. Do they never grow restless? They have the sea, Nemo said. It gives purpose to those who have lost all else. He walked to the great forward window. They are loyal, not because I demand it, but because I freed them. Freed them from what? From tyranny, from nations that consume men like fuel. Here no flag waves, no cannon fires, only the hum of the deep. There was passion in his voice now, not loud but fierce, born of conviction. For a moment I glimpsed the man beneath the calm exterior, the exile, the rebel, the visionary. He gestured for me to follow. Come, Professor, you must see her heart. We descended a narrow passage into the engine chamber. The air was warmer here, alive with quiet vibration. Metal pistons gleamed like living muscle, driven by some invisible force. Blue light pulsed along copper veins that lined the walls. This is where the power flows. No smoke, no flame, no coal, only the pure current of the sea, drawn and multiplied. I watched in awe as the machinery pulsed rhythmically, like the organs of a giant creature. The noise was low, constant, a heartbeat of steel. It's alive, I whispered without thinking. Nemo smiled faintly. Yes, she breathes the sea as I do. She is my refuge, my vengeance, my salvation. His hand rested on the railing with reverence. When I walk her halls, I feel the pulse of something greater than man's ambition. The service world builds towers to the sky. I build downward, towards silence. We toured the rest of the ship, the storerooms lined with preserved food drawn entirely from the ocean, the workshop where spare parts gleamed like surgical tools, the library where hundreds of books lined polished shelves. "The sea gives everything," Nemo said again. "Iron from its rocks, salt from its depths, life from its endless womb." At last we reached the great salon. The lamps were dimmed, casting the room in soft gold. Through the glass wall, the ocean shimmered like liquid light. Nemo stood there, arms crossed, looking out. "Tell me, Professor, do you still wish to return to the surface?" The question startled me. "You mean leave the Nautilus?" "Yes, return to the land, to governments, corruption, war." I hesitated. I don't know." He turned towards me. "That is the beginning of understanding. The sea erases certainty. Down here, there is no pretense, no lie, only truth and pressure." His words echoed in the quiet chamber. I felt both admiration and unease. Here was a man who had conquered the impossible, and yet seemed ruled by the very forces he had mastered. When I returned to my cabin, I sat in silence for a long time. My notebook lay open, filled with equations, sketches, details of the Nautilus's construction, but I could not write the one thing that mattered. Captain Nemo had built more than a ship. He had built a new world, one free of politics, war, and greed, and yet haunted by all three. The deeper we traveled, the more I wondered, was he escaping humanity or remaking it in his own image? Later that night, I found myself once again at the window. Outside, the sea glowed faintly under the light of unseen stars. A shoal of fish drifted past like sparks from a distant fire. Conseil entered quietly. "Still awake, sir?" "Yes," I said. "I've been thinking." "About the captain?" "About what drives him, and what it might cost us to understand." Conseil smiled faintly. "You'll find your answer, sir. Just don't find it too late." I nodded, but my thoughts stayed with Nemo, the man of the waters, the engineer of the impossible. And as I drifted to sleep, the hum of the Nautilus became a heartbeat in the dark, steady, eternal, unstoppable.
For several days, the Nautilus continued its steady voyage across the Pacific depths. Each morning, the same rhythm: the hum of the engines, the soft light of the lamps, the calm silence of the ocean pressing in. But something in the air had changed. The ship felt heavier, slower. Even the sea outside seemed darker, as though we were approaching some unseen frontier. Captain Nemo grew quiet again. He spent long hours at the helm, eyes fixed on the instruments, saying little. When I asked our position, he merely replied, "You'll see soon enough." That evening, as we gathered for supper, he finally spoke of it. "Gentlemen," he said, his voice calm but solemn, "we are entering one of the strangest regions in the Pacific. A place men have never named because they have never seen it. A river that flows beneath the sea." Ned Land raised an eyebrow. "A river? Beneath the ocean? You're joking." Nemo's eyes flashed. "Would I joke about the sea, Mr. Land? You'll see it soon. A current of black water cutting through the depths, dense with minerals and metals. The water of life for my ship." Conseil leaned forward eagerly. "A river within a river? How extraordinary!" Nemo nodded. Extraordinary and dangerous. The next morning, the sea began to change. Through the windows, the color deepened from blue to green, and from green to a strange, smoky gray. Tiny glowing particles drifted in the water like ash. The light grew dim, though the sun still shone far above. "It feels like dusk," I murmured. Nemo stood beside me, silent, watching the shifting light. Then he said softly, "We are near the mouth of the Black River." Soon the current caught us, slow at first, then powerful enough to tilt the Nautilus slightly. The instruments trembled, the hum of the engines deepened to a low growl as the ship pushed against the pull of the current. I pressed my hand against the glass and saw the ocean itself flowing, a dark torrent slicing through lighter water like smoke through air. It was mesmerizing, a river moving through a sea, each bound by its own invisible walls. "Remarkable," I whispered. "The density difference keeps them separate. Salt concentration, perhaps iron content?" "Exactly," Nemo said. "The sea floor here bleeds minerals through deep vents. The Black River runs from those vents to the open ocean, carrying its treasures with it." "Treasure?" Ned asked, suddenly attentive. "Not gold, but energy, the lifeblood of my ship." He led us to the engine room. There the vibration was stronger, resonating through every beam and plate. Pipes gleamed with condensation, and faint blue light pulsed along their edges. "The Black River feeds us," Nemo said. "We draw from it metals, gases, electricity. Nature gives freely to those who understand her." Conseil stared in awe. "You've harnessed the earth itself." Nemo smiled faintly. "Not harnessed, listened. The sea does not yield to force. It rewards those who are patient." Ned crossed his arms. "And if the sea decides not to reward you?" "Then we adapt," Nemo replied simply. "That is the law of survival down here." Hours later, I returned to the main window. The current had grown stronger. Outside, the water churned with strange, luminous streaks. Fish avoided it, darting away into the darkness. The current seemed alive, pulsing, restless, whispering against the hull. Conseil joined me. "It's beautiful," he said softly, "but it feels wrong somehow, like something watching us." I nodded. Rivers carve their own paths. Even here, under 1,000 meters of water, the earth still moves. At that moment, the Nautilus lurched sharply. A deep groan reverberated through the hull. The lights flickered. Ned shouted from across the room, "What was that?" Before Nemo could answer, a thunderous roar filled the air, not from above, but from below. The ship trembled violently, loose instruments rattled to the floor. "Volcanic vent, brace yourselves," Nemo barked. The floor tilted as the Nautilus was seized by the current and dragged forward, faster, deeper. The black water outside became a blur. For several minutes, we were helpless, spinning, surging through a narrow canyon of stone. I could see nothing but darkness streaked with molten light, the faint red glow of magma flickering between the rocks. "Hold the course," Nemo shouted to his crew. "Maintain balance. We ride it through." The engines roared in protest, metal shrieking against pressure. Conseil gripped the railing beside me. "We're going to be crushed." "No," I gasped. "He knows what he's doing. He has to."
Then, as suddenly as it began, the turbulence eased. The roar faded to a low hum. We drifted forward into open water once again. The lights steadied. The Nautilus floated, battered but intact. Outside, the water was darker than I had ever seen, black as ink, yet shimmering with faint silvery veins that twisted through the depths. It was beautiful. And yet unsettling, a beauty born of danger. We stood in silence for a long time, listening to the hum of the engines. Finally, Nemo spoke. "We have passed through the mouth of the Black River. Its current now runs above us. Beneath, the earth sleeps." Ned Land exhaled sharply. "I'll take a good storm on the surface over that any day." He ignored him, eyes still fixed on the darkness beyond the glass. "This river," he said quietly, "flows through the bones of the earth. It carries the memory of creation, fire, metal, salt. I draw my power from that memory." Conseil turned to me. "Do you think he's right, sir? Can the sea truly remember?" I smiled faintly. "Perhaps. The ocean keeps all things, wrecks, bones, secrets. Why not memory?" Nemo turned to me then, his face illuminated by the pale light of the instruments. "You understand, Professor," he said. "That is why you are here." "Here?" I repeated. He nodded. "To witness, to see the world as it truly is, alive, terrible, eternal." Later, I wandered alone through the silent corridors of the Nautilus. The ship moved slowly now, drifting with the current of the Black River. Through the windows, I could see faint flickers, bursts of light like stars scattered through an underwater sky. It was beautiful, and yet unsettling, a beauty born of danger. Ned found me there, arms crossed, scowling. "You still think he's sane?" "I think he's devoted, and devotion can be as dangerous as madness." He grunted. "Well, if this river feeds his ship, maybe one day it'll swallow it too." I had no answer. I could still hear the deep, distant rumble of the earth below, the slow breathing of the planet itself. And I thought, if there is a heart to the earth, perhaps this is it, a river that no man can touch, yet upon which all men depend. As I drifted into uneasy sleep, one thought remained. Captain Nemo was not just sailing the ocean. He was sailing through the veins of creation itself.
The sea had grown calm again, a silence so complete it almost hummed. After the chaos of the Black River, the stillness felt otherworldly. The Nautilus drifted gently through the depths, her lights casting soft halos across the dark water. For the first time in days, I could think clearly. Yet even in peace, the ship carried tension, quiet, invisible, but everywhere. Ned Land's frustration, Conseil's quiet curiosity, Nemo's shadowed secrets, all of it seemed to vibrate in the air, like the faint hum of the engines. I was writing in my cabin when the door slid open. A silent crewman entered, bowed slightly, and handed me a small envelope of heavy paper. Inside, in Nemo's precise handwriting, was a short message. "Professor Aronnax, you are invited to join me in the Grand Salon at 8 o'clock this evening. There is something I wish to show you. Nemo." I stared at the note for a long time. It was not a request. It was a summons, and yet, somehow, it felt courteous, almost personal. I showed it to Conseil. He nodded approvingly.
"A formal invitation. The captain must hold you in great esteem, sir." Ned Land, lounging in the corner, snorted. "Esteem? He's fattening you up for something. Probably wants to show off another sea monster." "Perhaps," I said mildly, "but I intend to see it." "Of course you do," Ned muttered. "Curiosity will be the death of you." At precisely 8 o'clock, I entered the salon. The lamps were turned low, casting the room in soft gold. Captain Nemo stood by the great window, hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the vast dark beyond. He turned as I entered. "Ah, Professor, thank you for coming." "What is it you wish to show me, Captain?" I asked. He smiled slightly. "Not yet. First, tell me, after all you've seen aboard my ship, what do you think of the sea?" The question caught me off guard. "I think," I said slowly, "that it is more than I ever imagined, and less than I understand. It's infinite, beautiful, and cruel all at once." Nemo nodded, pleased. "Yes, the sea is a paradox. It gives life and it takes it. It nourishes and destroys. It is both cradle and grave." He turned back toward the window. "And yet men on land look upon it and see only a barrier, a border. They build ships to cross it, never realizing they are trespassers." He looked at me. "You, at least, see more than most." "I see wonders," I admitted, "but I also see danger." "Everything worth knowing begins in danger," Nemo said quietly. He pressed a small switch on the wall. The room darkened completely. Only the faint shimmer of the sea outside remained. Then slowly, a new light appeared in the distance. It began as a single spark, deep and far away. Then another, and another. Soon the darkness bloomed with hundreds of tiny living stars. "Bioluminescence," I whispered. "Plankton or some form of jellyfish." "Both," Nemo said softly. "The sea's own constellations. When the world above clouds its sky with smoke, the ocean makes its own stars." He dimmed the Nautilus's lights even further, and the effect was breathtaking. We seemed to be floating through a galaxy, a river of fire and light stretching endlessly ahead. Conseil would have called it miraculous. Ned Land would have called it a trap. I could only stand there silent. Nemo's voice broke the stillness. "I brought you here because I wanted you to see the sea as I see it, not as an enemy, but as a living soul." He motioned for me to follow. We entered the observation room where the entire front wall was glass. Before us, the sea unfolded in colors I had never imagined. Shimmering greens, deep blues, flashes of white and gold. And then, out of the dark, shapes began to appear. Dozens of them. Translucent creatures with long, trailing filaments that glowed like burning silk. Their bodies pulsed rhythmically, lighting up the water around them. "Medusa," Nemo said quietly. "They travel in swarms, following the magnetic lines of the ocean." I leaned closer, mesmerized. "They look like spirits." "In a way they are. Remnants of creation, the first life that ever stirred in the sea. Long before man, before even fish, they drifted here, glowing in the dark." He watched them with a strange reverence. "Do you see why I will never return to the land? The world above fights over dust. Down here, the universe unfolds every night." After a long silence, I said, "You've built your own paradise, Captain. But paradise without people is still exile." He gave a small, sad smile. "Perhaps exile is the price of purity.
I have seen too much of what man becomes when he believes himself master of nature." "You speak as if you hate humanity," I said softly. He looked at me sharply. "I despise what it does, not what it could be." He turned away. "You, Professor, are different. You see the sea with wonder, not greed. That's why I brought you here tonight." "To show me beauty?" I asked. "To remind you of balance. Every light has its shadow." At that he pressed another switch. The bright glow outside vanished, replaced by a dark, churning current, thousands of small predators darting through the swarm, devouring the light. The ocean, moments ago so peaceful, now boiled with violence. Nemo's voice was low. "That, too, is the sea." When the lights returned, the calm seemed even deeper than before. Nemo stood motionless, his reflection shimmering in the glass. He said quietly, "I wanted you to understand. The sea is my refuge, but it is also my warning. What man does above, nature repeats below. Harmony and chaos always together." I said nothing. There was nothing to say. He turned toward me and added, "Tomorrow we pass into a region few have ever seen. The Coral Kingdom. I will need your eyes, Professor, and your mind." "I'm honored," I said. "Good," he replied, and his voice softened. "You may bring your companions if they wish." He handed me another small note, folded neatly. "Give this to Mr. Land. Consider it an olive branch." Back in our quarters, Ned was repairing a harpoon line when I entered. He looked up, suspicious. "What's that?" "A message from the captain," I said, handing it over. He unfolded the note and read aloud. "Mr. Land, you are invited to join tomorrow's expedition to the Coral Kingdom. You may carry your weapon. The sea has dangers enough. Nemo." Ned frowned. "He's letting me take my harpoon?" "It seems so." Conseil grinned. "That's practically friendship." "Or bait," Ned muttered. "He wants to keep us busy." "Still," I said, "perhaps it's a chance to see more, to learn more, maybe even to find a way out," Ned added under his breath. I pretended not to hear. That night, as the Nautilus glided silently through the sleeping sea, I lay awake replaying Nemo's words. "Every light has its shadow." I could not tell if he had meant it as a warning or a confession. Outside the window, the glowing creatures still drifted past, lighting the darkness for a few brief moments before fading again. The reminder that even in the depths, beauty and danger share the same breath. And so we sailed on, toward the Coral Kingdom, toward revelation or ruin. The sea held both in equal measure.
The next morning dawned clear and calm. The Nautilus rested motionless on the ocean floor, as if asleep. When I entered the Grand Salon, Captain Nemo stood beside the observation window, already dressed in his diving suit. Behind him, 2 crewmen prepared the equipment for our excursion. "Good morning, Professor," Nemo said. "Today you will see the ocean at its most magnificent, and perhaps its most sacred." "The Coral Kingdom?" I asked. He nodded. "A world built by life, not man. A cathedral carved by time and patience." Ned Land and Conseil soon joined us, both suited for the dive. Ned grumbled as he adjusted the helmet. "I swear, one day I'll suffocate in one of these things." Conseil chuckled. "Nonsense, Mr. Land. You look splendid." "Splendidly drowned," Ned muttered. Nemo smiled faintly. "Gentlemen, follow my lead, stay close, and tread carefully. You walk upon centuries." Moments later, we descended once more through the airlock, into the living depths. The water embraced us like cool silk. Light poured down from the surface in golden shafts, scattering across sand and coral in rippling fire. Before us stretched a landscape that defied imagination. Towers of coral rose like the columns of an ancient temple, red, orange, and violet, their tips glimmering in the filtered sunlight. Between them drifted clouds of tiny fish, flashing like coins in the current. Sea fans spread their broad fronds like banners. Delicate anemones waved from the rocks, their colors richer than any gem. Conseil stopped in awe. "A living garden," he whispered through the transmitter. Nemo turned to us. "A kingdom, Monsieur Conseil, the oldest and most peaceful kingdom on Earth." We moved among the coral structures, our steps leaving slow trails in the sand. The silence was absolute, broken only by the faint hiss of our oxygen and the soft pulse of water. Everywhere we looked, life thrived, delicate, balanced, eternal. As we walked deeper into the forest of coral, I began to notice something else: the symmetry. The formations were not random, they seemed intentional, almost architectural. Great circular terraces, spiraling ridges, columns rising like the ruins of cities long forgotten. Ned Land tapped my shoulder, pointing ahead. A vast coral dome stood before us, its surface glistening like glass. Through its open arches swam creatures of every hue: angelfish, parrotfish, wrasses, all darting through the columns as if through the halls of a palace. We stepped inside. The light shifted, now softer, green and gold. In the center of the dome stood a massive coral structure, shaped like an altar. Its surface shimmered with pearlescent color, and around it small shells lay arranged in perfect circles. Conseil whispered, "Is this natural?" Nemo's voice came softly. "No. It is a memorial." "A memorial?" I asked. He nodded. "Long ago, before your ships conquered these waters, a people lived on the islands above. They built temples of coral and prayed to the sea. When their islands sank, the ocean kept their sanctuaries. The coral grew over their stones, preserving what men forgot." Ned Land looked around skeptically. "You're telling me this was made by people?" "By time," Nemo said, "and by grief." We lingered there in silence, awed by the scale of it, this union of nature and memory. I ran my gloved hand along a column, feeling the pulse of water within it. Life had built this monument, grain by grain, over centuries, not for kings, not for gods, but for itself. Conseil knelt to examine a coral cluster. "It's extraordinary, every branch alive, every color unique. No painter could invent such harmony." "No man could," I said. "Which is why," Nemo added, "man should learn to leave it alone." We moved onward. The coral forest opened into wide clearings where the seabed gleamed white as marble. There the coral formed vast patterns, spirals, rings, almost like symbols written in living script, as if the ocean itself were writing something in a language we could never read. At the far edge of the plain, we came upon another mound, smooth, white, and strangely still. Nemo approached it slowly, his movements reverent. He knelt, brushed away a thin layer of silt, and revealed what lay beneath: a cross of coral, pale and delicate. I felt a chill even in the warmth of the sea. Conseil and Ned stood beside me, silent. Nemo bowed his head. Through the clear water, his voice reached us, quiet and broken. "One of ours," he said. "He rests here. The sea is his cathedral,
The coral his tomb. I understood then. This was not merely a journey of discovery, it was a pilgrimage. Nemo remained there for a long time, unmoving. Then he rose, and for the first time I saw tears suspended in the water inside his helmet. Brief, shining globes that drifted away like pearls. He turned to us. Let us go. Made our way back through the coral valley in silence. Ned walked beside me, his usual sarcasm gone. You ever seen anything like that, Professor? I never have, I said quietly, and I doubt I ever will again. He nodded. For a man who hates the world, Nemo sure knows how to find its heart. He looked up at me. You think you'll ever go back? I thought of Nemo standing before the coral tomb, motionless and grieving. No, I said. He's already home. That evening, I found Nemo in the salon, standing alone before the great window. Outside, the coral kingdom glowed faintly in the darkness, illuminated by the ship's lights. It looked like a city of stars fallen into the sea. Without turning, he said, "You saw what man forgets, that creation does not need his hand." It was beautiful, beyond words. He nodded. And fragile. One cannon from your world above could shatter it in moments. That is why I live down here, Professor, to guard what remains pure. Then you are a warden, I said. He looked at me, his face unreadable. No, a witness. He reached for a control lever and dimmed the lights. The coral kingdom faded into shadow once more, silent, eternal, untouchable. Later in my cabin, I tried to write about what I had seen, but words failed. The memory was too vast, too delicate. I could still see the colors, still feel the hush of that living cathedral. Conseil slept soundly. Ned sat on his bunk sharpening his harpoon by lamplight. He paused and said quietly, "I don't know what to make of that man." "I don't either," I admitted. "He's got the sea in his blood, and something else, something that won't let him rest." He looked up at me. "You think he'll ever go back?" I thought of Nemo standing before the coral tomb, motionless and grieving. "No," I said. "He's already home."
The memory of the coral kingdom lingered with me for days. Its beauty had been serene, eternal, but the sea, like all gods, has moods. Soon it would remind us that peace in its depths is never without cost. We were sailing through the Indian Ocean now, the Nautilus gliding near the surface. Outside the great windows, the light shimmered brighter, clearer. Nemo appeared less withdrawn, more animated. His mood lifted, perhaps by discovery, perhaps by something else. That morning he summoned us to the grand salon. "Gentlemen," he said, "today we replenish our stores. The reefs ahead hold plenty. Fish, crustaceans, shellfish. We'll dive for them." Ned Land's eyes lit up. "A hunt! Finally, something useful." Conseil chuckled. "As long as you don't try to harpoon the captain, Mr. Land." "I'll harpoon whatever moves," Ned grinned. "That's the agreement." Nemo gave him a steady look. "You may hunt, Mr. Land, but remember where you are. Down here, man is the intruder." "Understood," Ned said, though the edge in his voice said otherwise. We suited up once more and descended through the airlock. The water was warm and clear, sunlight pouring through in great shafts. We walked across a shallow plain, scattered with coral mounds and strange, flower-like anemones. Schools of fish swam in tight silver clusters, flashing like mirrors as they passed. Ned was in his element. He moved ahead of us, spear in hand, his every movement confident and fluid.
Conseil followed, collecting samples with the calm patience of a scholar cataloging a library. Nemo and I trailed behind, observing, taking notes, watching the rhythm of life unfold before us. We filled our baskets with treasures of the sea, lobsters with crimson shells, oysters as large as helmets, brilliant fish of every hue. It felt almost peaceful again. Almost. Then the water shifted. The schools of fish scattered abruptly, vanishing into the coral as if swallowed by shadow. Nemo raised a hand. Stop. I froze. The water around us had grown darker, not from cloud or current, but from something moving above. At first, I thought it was a single shape. Then I saw more. 5, 6, maybe 7 of them. Sharks. Huge, sleek, cold. Their eyes glowed faintly green as they circled, their fins slicing the light. Conseil's voice crackled through the comm line. "Sir, are they dangerous?" I replied, "Only if hungry," though my throat was dry. Nemo's voice came calm, almost reverent. "They are always hungry." The largest of the sharks turned toward us, a tiger shark, perhaps 12 feet long. Its movement was lazy, almost graceful, but I knew that stillness. It was the stillness of a predator before the strike. Ned shifted his spear, ready. Nemo gestured sharply, no. But Ned Land was not a man to wait. The shark darted closer. Ned lunged, a perfect throw, the spear striking deep into the creature's flank. It thrashed violently, stirring clouds of sand and blood. That blood changed everything. In seconds, the water around us exploded with movement. The others came, drawn by the scent, sleek bodies, flashing teeth, a frenzy of motion. "Back to the Nautilus, now," Nemo signaled, his movements sharp and precise. We turned to retreat, but the current pulled the blood through the water like a red ribbon, and the sharks followed it straight toward us. The next moments were chaos. One darted past me, its tail slamming into my leg hard enough to send me spinning. Another brushed my arm, its rough skin tearing my suit. Conseil grabbed me, steadying me, his eyes wide with fear. Ned struck again, driving his spear into another shark's gills. The creature convulsed, jaws snapping inches from Nemo's leg. Nemo didn't hesitate. He drew a short blade from his belt, drove it upward beneath the jaw, and the beast went still, sinking slowly to the seabed. But there were more, far more than we could fight. The water was boiling with motion, a blur of gray and silver. I could hear the pounding of my own heart echoing in the helmet, a wild rhythm against the hush of the deep. One shark came straight at me, mouth open, teeth like glass. I raised my arm to shield myself, but Nemo was faster. He lunged between us, his blade flashing once, twice. The water filled with red, and the shark veered away. I caught Nemo's arm as he turned. "Enough! We have to go." He nodded once. "Retreat." We moved as one, pushing through the current, half running across the seabed. The Nautilus loomed ahead, its lights gleaming like a sanctuary. But even as we neared it, I saw movement to our left, one of the crew, struggling. A shark had caught his leg, dragging him down. Nemo didn't hesitate. He tore free from my grasp and plunged toward the man. The water erupted again, a frenzy of flashing fins and steel. Nemo slashed at the shark's eye, driving the blade deep. The creature released its prey and vanished into the dark. We pulled the wounded man toward the ship, bubbles bursting from our helmets with every frantic movement. Conseil opened the chamber door. One by one, we tumbled inside. As the hatch sealed and the water drained away, I collapsed to my knees, gasping. The wounded sailor lay pale on the floor, his leg torn but not lost. Nemo knelt beside him, his expression unreadable. He tore fabric from his own sleeve to bind the wound. When the man was carried away, Nemo rose slowly. His blood still streaked his suit. He said nothing for a long time. Then, softly, "The sea gives and the sea takes." Later, when we had changed and the engines hummed again, I found him in the control room, staring out into the dark. "You saved that man's life," I said. He shook his head. "No, I merely delayed his death. The sea will have him again some day. It takes back all it gives." His voice was calm, but I could hear the tremor beneath it. Anger, perhaps. Sorrow, perhaps both. Ned Land entered behind me, his tone gruff, but grudgingly respectful. "Captain, you fought like a demon out there." Nemo didn't turn. "Not a demon, Mr. Land. Only a creature defending its own." Ned hesitated, then said quietly, "You're not half the monster I thought you were." A faint smile touched Nemo's lips. "No, Mr. Land, only half." That night, none of us slept well. The image of the attack, the thrashing bodies, the blood spreading like ink, haunted my thoughts. Even Conseil, usually unshakable, seemed subdued. "The ocean is cruel, sir," I replied. "No, it's honest." Outside the window, the sharks were still circling, distant now, shadows against the dim light of the Nautilus. Predators, yes, but also survivors, shaped by the same law that ruled this entire world. I thought of Nemo's words, "The sea gives and the sea takes," and realized how perfectly they described him. He had given his life to the ocean, and one day it would take him back.
After the chaos of the shark attack, the days that followed were quiet, almost reverent. The crew moved about their duties with measured calm. No laughter, no songs, only the steady hum of the engines and the soft murmur of the sea against the hull. Captain Nemo rarely left the bridge. He kept his distance from us, and when he spoke, it was brief, practical, emotionless. But something in his silence felt heavier now, as though the ocean itself weighed upon him. We had entered the heart of the Indian Ocean, vast, luminous, and strangely gentle. The charts showed nothing but open water for thousands of miles. The sky above, when we surfaced, was endless and clear, a deep blue dome mirrored perfectly by the sea below. For the first time in weeks, I felt the urge to breathe open air again. I joined Ned and Conseil on deck as the Nautilus rose smoothly to the surface. The hatch opened with a hiss, and sunlight flooded in. Conseil inhaled deeply. "Ah, monsieur, it smells like freedom." Ned tilted his face toward the sky. "Smells like fish and salt to me, but I'll take it." I smiled. After so long below, even that is a gift. The sea stretched to every horizon,
a vast sheet of glass broken only by the slow rhythm of the waves. Flying fish skimmed across the surface in bright arcs of silver, and in the distance a school of dolphins danced through the sunlight like laughter-made flesh. For a moment we were simply men again, not prisoners, not explorers, not fugitives, just men standing under an endless sky. Later that day, Nemo invited me to his cabin. He was poring over maps and notes, a look of concentration on his face. Lines traced routes that curve through the ocean like veins through flesh. "Professor," he said, without looking up, "you've studied the Indian Ocean's mysteries, have you not?" "A few," I replied cautiously, "but it still holds many." He nodded. "Then tell me, how much of it is known?" I hesitated. "Perhaps a tenth? Maybe less." He looked up at me then, eyes sharp. "Exactly. Men pretend mastery, but they chart only the surface. They speak of exploration, yet they've seen nothing. The true world lies beneath." He spread his hand over the map. "Here, this is where the Earth's heart beats." I studied the map. "You've traced routes no ship has sailed." He smiled faintly. "No ship can, only the Nautilus." That evening, I joined Conseil in the observation lounge. Outside, the sea glowed softly with phosphorescent light, a living night sky drifting past our windows. Conseil leaned close, eyes wide. "Look, sir, it's as if the stars have fallen into the ocean." I nodded. "Bioluminescence, tiny creatures that light themselves in the dark. They make the sea look alive," he whispered. "It is alive," I said, "in every heartbeat, in every flicker." We watched in silence as glowing jellyfish drifted past, their tendrils like threads of fire. Schools of lanternfish moved in unison, pulsing with light like underwater lightning. The ship's own beams were unnecessary, the sea illuminated itself. Then, through the glow, a massive shape appeared, dark, slow, and impossibly large. Conseil stiffened. "Whale?" I shook my head. "No, larger." It moved beneath us like a shadow of the earth itself. For a brief second, I saw its shape, long, serpentine, ancient. Nemo's voice came through the speaker. "You see it, Professor?" "Yes," I said, still mesmerized. "What is it?" He said, "The giant ray, wings like sails, gliding through eternity, one of the ocean's oldest wanderers." The creature passed silently beneath us, its body moving with perfect grace. When it vanished into the dark, I realized I had been holding my breath. Conseil whispered, "It felt like watching time itself swim by." A few days later, we encountered another wonder, an underwater forest. Not coral this time, but kelp. Endless ribbons of golden-brown plants rising from the seabed like a field of wheat. The Nautilus drifted between them, the stalks swaying gently as if moved by wind. Through them swam strange creatures, seahorses, translucent fish, and even a few turtles gliding lazily between the stems. "It's beautiful," I said softly. "A forest without sound." Nemo's voice answered from behind us. "A forest without fire, without destruction. The land burns, the sea grows." He stepped closer, his gaze distant. "Here, the earth renews itself. Every blade, every creature serves the whole." "You speak as though the ocean is alive," I said. "It is," he replied, "and it dreams. If men could hear that dream, perhaps they'd stop trying to own it." Ned Land, who had just entered, muttered, "And if men could eat dreams, maybe I wouldn't be starving." Nemo's eyes flicked toward him. "You'll have food soon enough, Mr. Land. Patience is also part of survival." As the days passed, the Indian Ocean revealed more of its moods. Sometimes calm and radiant, other times dark and trembling, alive with storms. One night, a tempest struck without warning. The Nautilus rode beneath it, but we could still feel the fury above, thunder rolling through the hull, lightning flashing through the depths like divine fire. From the observation window, I watched the ocean churn and pulse, the waves above forming mountains of light and shadow. Nemo stood beside me, silent. At last he said, "You see why I left the world of men? They live in constant storm. Here, at least, the sea's wrath is honest." "Yet it still kills," I said quietly. He nodded. "So does truth." The storm raged for hours, then faded. When morning came, the water was calm again, as if the night's violence had never been. That afternoon, the crew gathered in the Grand Salon. Conseil played the organ softly, while Nemo studied a specimen, a shell gleaming with silver and violet hues. He held it delicately, like something sacred. "This," he said, "is the Argonauta, the sailor of the sea. It builds its own shell, not for protection, but for travel. It rides the currents wherever they lead." He glanced at me. "We are all Argonauts, Professor, bound to our vessels at the mercy of the tides." Ned gave a wry grin. "Except some of us didn't volunteer for the ride." Nemo met his eyes. "No one truly volunteers for fate, Mr. Land. We only learn to steer." That night, I couldn't sleep. I returned to the window, watching the quiet glow of the sea. The Indian Ocean stretched around us like eternity itself, silent, infinite, unknowable. I thought of all we had seen, the coral kingdoms, the Black River, the living galaxies of light, and of Nemo, his brilliance, his solitude, his unspoken pain. Conseil stirred in his bunk. "Sir, do you ever miss the surface?" I looked out at the endless dark. "Sometimes," I said, "but I think I'd miss this more." He smiled faintly and drifted back to sleep. And I stood there, alone with the hum of the ship and the whisper of the sea, feeling, for the first time, not a prisoner, but a guest in another world.
The Indian Ocean lay calm, glittering under a pale dawn. The Nautilus moved lazily through clear waters that shimmered like glass. It had been 3 peaceful days since the storm, and for once even Ned Land seemed content. He was polishing his harpoon in the lounge when Captain Nemo entered, carrying a rolled-up chart under his arm. "Gentlemen," he said, "today I'll show you something rare, something men would kill for." Ned raised an eyebrow. "That covers a lot of things, Captain." Nemo spread the chart across the table. "Here," he said, pointing to a small crescent shape marked in red. "The island of Ceylon, the Gulf of Mannar, the greatest pearl banks in the world lie beneath these waters." Conseil's eyes lit up. "Pearls! How marvelous!" Ned grinned. "Finally, a dive worth doing." Nemo's gaze hardened. "You misunderstand, Mr. Land. You will see them, not take them. I do not plunder the sea." "Just lookin', Captain," Ned said innocently, but I knew that look in his eyes, the gleam of a hunter.
At sunrise, we prepared for the dive. Our suits gleamed under the deck lights, helmets ready, oxygen tanks checked. Nemo stood at the airlock, calm and composed. You will see the ocean at its richest today. But remember, what lies beneath belongs to no one. Not to me, not to you. With that, he sealed the hatch, and we descended. The world below was a cathedral of light. Sunbeams poured through water so clear it seemed we were floating through air. The seabed stretched in golden ripples, dotted with rocks, coral, and clusters of oysters. Thousands of them, tight as paving stones, covered the floor like silver coins. Conseil knelt, astonished. Each one could hold a pearl. Most are empty, but yes, inside some a treasure grows. Nemo led us through the oyster field, his movements slow and deliberate. Here and there he stopped to examine a shell, then moved on, uninterested. It felt less like a hunt and more like a ritual. Then, after some distance, he halted. Before him lay a single oyster, larger than I had ever seen, the size of a man's head, its shell old and encrusted with coral. He gestured toward it reverently. "This one," he said through the calms, "has been growing for centuries." Conseil gasped. "A giant pearl?" Nemo nodded. "A masterpiece of time. And I will not disturb it." Ned knelt beside it, awestruck. "You're telling me that thing's just sitting here, and you're not going to open it?" "Correct," Nemo said flatly. "Ned, Captain, with all due respect, that pearl could buy a kingdom." Nemo turned to him. "And what would a kingdom do with it, Mr. Land? Lock it in a vault? Melt it into vanity? No, it belongs here, where no greed can touch it." His tone silenced even Ned. We continued deeper, where the oyster beds thinned and the light dimmed. Strange fish drifted past, their scales glinting like shards of metal. The pressure thickened, the sea grew heavy. We came upon a narrow ravine, and beyond it a small clearing of sand where a man knelt beside a basket, a native diver. He worked slowly, prying oysters from the rocks, his body thin and lithe in the wavering light. I stared, astonished. "A human down here?" Nemo's voice came quietly. "Yes, they dive from the surface with only a stone and a breath of air. They risk death for what others wear as jewelry." As we watched, the diver surfaced, then returned moments later with a fresh breath. He pried open another oyster and placed it in his basket. Ned whispered, "We could help him." "No," Nemo said sharply. "He would not understand us, and this is his world, not ours." But then, movement. From the shadow of the ravine, something slid forward. A shape, long and gray, with eyes like cold lanterns. A shark. It moved with terrifying silence, circling closer. The diver didn't see it. Conseil gasped, "Captain, he's in danger!" Before I could react, Nemo moved. He strode forward, swift and certain, drawing the long knife from his belt. "Nemo, stop!" I shouted, but he was already in the water's gloom. The shark lunged. Nemo struck first, a clean, powerful blow to its belly. The creature twisted violently, snapping its jaws. The water exploded in a whirl of blood and bubbles. The diver turned just in time to see his savior fight the monster head-on. Ned and I rushed forward, flanking the beast. Ned drove his spear into its side with all his strength. The shark thrashed, striking Nemo's shoulder, tearing at his suit. Conseil grabbed my arm. "He's bleeding!" I lunged, stabbing upward beneath the gills, once, twice, until the creature shuddered and went still. For a moment, everything was silent again, save for the slow drift of red spreading through the clear water. We helped Nemo to his feet. His shoulder bled freely, but his eyes burned with strange fire. He looked toward the diver, who floated a few paces away, motionless, staring at us as if we were ghosts. Then, slowly,
The man pressed his palms together and bowed. A gesture of gratitude. Then he kicked upward, ascending toward the distant shimmer of sunlight. Ned exhaled, voice trembling. "That was madness, Captain." "Perhaps, but sometimes madness is the only mercy left." We returned to the Nautilus in silence. As the chamber drained, I helped Nemo remove his helmet. His face was pale, but calm. "You saved that man's life," I said quietly. He shook his head. "No, I saved his soul from the cruelty of others for one more day." He leaned against the wall, exhausted. "The world hunts pearls like it hunts everything else, with greed. That man risked death for a handful of shells. I risked mine to remind myself why I left the surface." I nodded. "Because the sea takes nothing it doesn't deserve." He gave a small, sad smile. "Exactly." Later, Ned approached me in the lounge. He was pacing, restless. "You ever seen courage like that, Professor?" "Not often. But it's not just courage. It's conviction." Ned nodded slowly. "He's a strange one, that captain. Hard as iron, soft as coral." Conseil, sitting nearby, added, "And utterly unknowable." "Maybe. But for a man who claims to hate humanity, he sure risked his life for one." That night, I found Nemo alone at the great window. Outside, the moonlight turned the sea to silver. He held something small in his hand, a pearl, perfect and round, no larger than a tear. He said, "I found it in my suit, a gift from the sea." He looked at it for a long moment, then opened the hatch of a specimen drawer and placed it inside. "Not for wealth," he muttered, "for remembrance." He turned to me, eyes dark and distant. "Every pearl is born of pain, Professor. A wound that heals itself by beauty. Remember that." He walked away, leaving the pearl glowing faintly in the lamplight, a silent echo of the world's cruelty and its grace.
The Indian Ocean fell away behind us like a dream fading at dawn. For several days, the Nautilus sailed northward, tracing a course along the Arabian coast. The water grew warmer, the color shifting from deep blue to a luminous turquoise. Fish we had never seen before flashed through the waves, their bodies streaked with gold and emerald. One morning, Captain Nemo summoned us to the bridge. His eyes gleamed with a quiet fire. "Gentlemen," he said, "today we enter a passage no ship of man has ever taken. We are about to cross beneath Arabia." I frowned. "Beneath it?" He nodded. "There exists a natural tunnel, a narrow fissure running from the Gulf of Oman to the Red Sea. Few believe it, but I have charted it myself." Ned Land stared at him. "You're saying we're going to travel under an entire continent?" "Under its roots," Nemo replied, "a path cut by fire and time. Dangerous, yes, but beautiful." Conseil whispered, awed, "The Arabian Tunnel, a hidden artery of the earth." Nemo smiled faintly. "Exactly. The sea has veins, just as we do, and today we follow one." By noon, the Nautilus reached a region of jagged rocks and heavy current. The surface above rolled in dark, broken waves. Below, the light grew dim and green. Nemo stood beside me at the window. "There," he said softly. I saw it then. The mouth of the tunnel, a black chasm yawning in the seafloor, like the entrance to another world. Water poured into it in a slow spiral, dragging the sand downward in a glittering vortex. Ned muttered, "Looks like the gates of hell to me." Nemo's lips curved faintly. "Then we shall see what lies beyond hell, Mr. Land." He gave the order, and the Nautilus descended. The darkness swallowed us. At first, only the forward lamps gave light, twin beams cutting through the blackness. The walls of the tunnel glistened with strange minerals that shimmered under the lamps, streaked with veins of iron and copper. The current pushed against us, heavy and slow. Conseil leaned close to the glass. "It's like traveling through the inside of the earth." I could feel the pressure increase. The air inside the ship grew dense, the hull vibrating softly. Nemo's face remained calm, eyes fixed on the instruments. "We are descending to 800 meters," he said. "Soon we'll level out. The tunnel runs nearly 100 miles." Ned Land shook his head. 100 miles through rock and water? If this cave collapses, "It will not," Nemo interrupted. "It has stood since the birth of oceans." His certainty was absolute, almost frightening. Hours passed. The hum of the engines deepened. Outside, faint flashes of red light appeared in the dark, streaks of molten glow seeping through cracks in the stone. "Volcanic vents," I murmured. "Yes, the Earth's blood still flows here. It carved this passage long ago, when the world was young." We passed through chambers where hot water bubbled from fissures in the walls, filling the tunnel with shimmering currents. Steam drifted in ghostly ribbons beyond the glass. Conseil whispered, "It's beautiful and terrible." "The two often travel together," Nemo replied. After several hours, the tunnel widened into a vast cavern. Our lights revealed towering pillars of basalt rising from the floor like the columns of some titanic temple. The water shimmered with heat, swirling with bubbles of gas. Ned stared, speechless. "Feels like sailing through a volcano." "That's not far from truth," I said quietly. Nemo slowed the engines. "Observe," he said. He guided the Nautilus closer to one of the stone walls. Embedded in it were crystals, huge, faceted, glowing faintly with inner fire. "Quartz," Nemo said, "mixed with sulfur and iron, the Earth's heartstone. You could fill palaces with the wealth hidden here, yet it lies untouched." "Because no sane man would come down here," Ned muttered. Nemo gave a thin smile. "Then perhaps sanity is overrated." The air grew warmer as we continued. Condensation ran down the windows in thin rivulets. The tunnel began to slope upward, a slow ascent that promised light ahead. Then suddenly the engines stuttered. A low groan rolled through the hull. "What's wrong?" I asked. Nemo checked the gauges. "Sediment in the intake. Hold fast." The ship shuddered violently. The lights flickered. The tunnel outside spun in a blur of dark and fire. For a heartbeat, I thought the pressure would crush us. Then, with a sharp jolt, the engines roared back to life. We surged forward, through the narrowest passage yet, scraping rock on both sides. Metal screeched, sparks flashed, then silence. We broke through. A pale, golden light poured through the windows. The water cleared, glowing faintly as if lit from above. "We've reached the other side," Nemo said softly. I exhaled slowly, the tension leaving me all at once. The crew cheered quietly, their voices echoing down the corridors. Conseil pressed to the glass. "Look, sir, the color of the water. It's magnificent." Indeed it was, deep crimson near the surface, fading to rose and amber below. Particles of plankton and salt caught the light, painting the sea in shifting hues of fire. Ned Land stared in disbelief. "I thought the Red Sea was named for some old tale. Turns out it's literal." Nemo nodded. "Minerals, sunlight, and life, a living dye that paints the water each dawn." He turned to me. "You see, Professor, even beneath the desert, the sea finds a way to breathe."
That evening, the Nautilus surfaced, gliding into calm, wine-colored water. The setting sun turned the horizon to flame. Distant shores shimmered like mirages. Ned Land stretched his arms and sighed. "If you ask me, Captain, we're lucky to be alive." Nemo replied quietly, "Luck had little to do with it. The earth tolerates us because we listen." He stood at the bow, the wind stirring his dark hair, his face half lit by the dying sun. There was pride in his stance, but also fatigue, as though each discovery cost him something unseen. Conseil whispered, "He looks like a man who's touched the heart of the world." "Yes," I said softly, "and perhaps left a piece of his own behind." That night I lay awake in my cabin, the gentle sway of the sea lulling the ship. Through the porthole I could still see faint red light drifting through the water, the last breath of the Arabian tunnel glowing far below. We had crossed from one sea to another, from the Indian Ocean to the Red Sea, a journey no human had ever made beneath the earth. And yet I couldn't shake the feeling that the farther we traveled, the closer we drew to something inevitable. Nemo's secrets, the ship's purpose, the weight that drove him, all of it waiting, somewhere ahead, in the depths still to come.
The Nautilus moved like a droom through the waters of the Red Sea. After the dark fury of the Arabian Tunnel, this world felt reborn, radiant, shimmering, alive. The water glowed with soft crimson light, as if we were sailing through a sea of liquid dawn. From the observation lounge, I could see coral reefs spreading like fields of flowers beneath us, scarlet, gold, violet, the entire floor of the sea alive with color. Tiny fish swarmed in clouds, their bodies flashing like living jewels. The air inside the ship was calm and warm, humming with quiet wonder. Conseil pressed his face to the glass. "It's like drifting through a garden of fire," he whispered. Ned Land beside him frowned. "Pretty, sure, but the surface looks close. Why not just go up and breathe air for once?" I smiled. "Because my friend Captain Nemo prefers the silence below." From behind us, Nemo's voice answered, "And the silence below prefers me." We turned. He stood in the doorway, his face illuminated by the crimson glow. He looked almost otherworldly, half man, half ghost of the sea. He joined us by the window, eyes tracing the underwater ridges that stretched to the horizon. "The Red Sea," he said softly, "a place of myth. Moses crossed it, pharaohs drowned in it, and yet here it remains, unbroken, eternal." He pointed toward the faint outline of ancient stone shapes half buried in coral. Those were once the roots of ships, the early traders from Tyre, Sidon, and Ophir. They carried gold, spices, and ivory. Men died to map these waters. I leaned closer to the glass, and now the sea has taken their maps for itself. Nemo smiled faintly. "As it always does, what men call ruin, the ocean calls memory." Conseil tilted his head. "And what does the sea call us, Captain?" Nemo said simply, "Transient, visitors passing through a world that does not need us." Later that morning, we ascended closer to the surface. The sunlight poured down in molten gold. We could see the underbellies of the waves above us, shimmering like liquid glass. The ship's shadow glided over reefs teeming with life, turtles, rays, and clouds of tiny crustaceans swirling like dust in a crimson sky.
Ned Land leaned on the rail. "I'll admit, Captain, I never thought I'd see anything like this. It's almost enough to make me forget I'm trapped down here." Nemo regarded him quietly. "Almost?" Ned shrugged. "Let's just say I prefer seas I can fish in, not seas that stare back." "Perhaps, but this one has seen more truth than all your oceans combined." In the afternoon, we reached a shallow bay surrounded by coral cliffs. Nemo ordered the ship to rest on the seabed. "Here," he said, "we walk." Within an hour, we were suited and descending into the Red Sea's luminous embrace. The moment my feet touched the sand, I felt the heat, gentle but constant, rising from volcanic vents below. The coral here was even more vivid than before. Scarlet fingers, orange spires, and green fans waving in the currents. It was a living mosaic, every color burning brighter under the filtered sunlight. Conseil was enraptured. "Monsieur, this is paradise!" Ned chuckled. "If paradise smells like salt and sweat, sure." Nemo ignored them both. He led us across the seabed toward a great coral ridge. Half buried in it were shapes, large, angular, unmistakably man-made. Conseil knelt beside one. "Stone blocks?" "Yes," I said. "Worn smooth by centuries." Nemo's voice came through the transmitter, soft but filled with awe. "The ruins of a port. The ancient city of Myos Hormos, gateway to the Red Sea trade routes. Once alive with ships and merchants, now claimed by the sea." He brushed the silt from a carved stone. Hieroglyphs glimmered faintly beneath his glove. "The ocean remembers, even when men forget." We wandered through the silent ruins, toppled columns, fragments of pottery, outlines of streets where fish now swam. It was eerie, haunting, and yet profoundly peaceful. Ned muttered, "Whole cities down here, and no one even knows." "They don't want to know," Nemo replied. "Knowledge brings guilt." Conseil frowned. "Guilt, Captain?" "Yes, every civilization builds its glory on another's bones. The sea covers them all, kindly, mercifully. It buries what man cannot bear to see." For a while none of us spoke. The water around us shimmered like liquid glass, and I could almost hear the faint echo of markets and oars, the ghosts of a world long drowned. When we returned to the Nautilus, the chamber drained and the air filled with the sound of machinery and breath. Ned Land removed his helmet and said, "You know, Captain, if I ever escape this floating coffin, I'm going to tell people what I saw." Nemo looked at him. "They won't believe you." Ned smirked. "Then I'll charge admission." Nemo said, "Then they'll laugh. And the sea will laugh with them." For a moment, even Ned had no answer. That evening, Nemo invited me to his cabin. Maps and manuscripts were spread across the table. Old scrolls, drawings of ancient trade routes, notes in his own hand. He pointed to a map of Egypt. These seas carried civilization before Europe had a name. They linked east and west, empires and dreams, and now they are silent. He looked up at me. "Do you see, Professor? The world forgets, the sea remembers." I nodded slowly. "And you've made yourself its historian." He smiled faintly. "No, its witness. Every dive we make is a confession, not of guilt, but of awe." He paused, eyes distant. "When I see these ruins, I think of what man could be if he built, not destroyed. And yet you destroyed your ties to mankind, I said softly, because they broke theirs with me first. The silence between us was heavy, filled with unspoken history. Later I found Conseil and Ned in the observation lounge. Outside, the Red Sea glowed like embers beneath the moonlight filtering through the water. Ned looked thoughtful. "You think he's right, Professor, about the sea keeping secrets?" "I think," I said, "that the ocean keeps everything, the past, the truth, and perhaps even redemption." Conseil smiled faintly. "Then maybe there's hope for us, too." Ned grunted. "Hope's on land. I'm just waiting to touch it again." I didn't answer. My gaze was fixed on the ruins below, fading slowly into the dark. It struck me how easily the sea hid the bones of empires, and how willingly men above kept building new ones. That night, as I lay in my cabin, the Red Sea glowed faintly outside the porthole, alive with color, yet silent as sleep. The Nautilus drifted gently, like a ghost between ages. And I thought of Nemo, a man who fled humanity to live among its forgotten monuments. Perhaps in his own way, he was trying to rebuild something no one else could see, not a world, but a conscience. The ship's hum became the heartbeat of the sea itself, and slowly, the crimson light faded to black.
The Nautilus sailed westward, gliding beneath the burning deserts of Arabia. Above us lay a world of dust and heat, but down here the sea was cool and infinite. The water turned a deep shade of blue again, calm and clear, as if nothing existed beyond its surface. For days the horizon remained unchanged, endless reefs, sleeping fish, and drifting currents that whispered through the silence. After so many weeks at sea, that silence had become almost human, like a companion that listened but never spoke. In those quiet hours, I often stood before the great window and imagined the world above, the dunes shimmering like fire, the caravans crossing the wastes, the call of traders echoing from city to city. And beneath them all, unaware, the Nautilus passed like a shadow of another age. One morning, I found Captain Nemo already in the salon, staring into the depths. He did not turn when I entered. "Professor," he said, his tone low, "do you know why I linger here, along these coasts?" I shook my head. "To study the reefs, perhaps." He smiled faintly. "No, to remember what once was. The Arabian coast was the cradle of trade, of navigation, the first men who dared the sea." He pointed toward the map on the wall. "There, along these shores, sailed the fleets of Himyar, of Saba, of the kingdoms now buried in sand. They carried gold, incense, ivory, and dreams. All gone now." I studied his face. "You speak as if you mourn them." "Perhaps I do," he said softly. "They built, they traded, they believed the sea was theirs. And now they are dust, but the sea endures." Later, I joined Ned Land and Conseil in the observation lounge. Ned was restless, pacing the floor. Conseil, as always, sat quietly taking notes on the creatures outside the glass. Ned finally stopped and said, "I'm telling you both, this can't go on forever. We've been under for months. No land, no sky, no freedom." Conseil smiled patiently. "Freedom, my friend, is relative. The fish seem quite free." "Fish don't know what they're missing," Ned shot back. I tried to calm him. "We've seen more than any sailor alive, Ned. You should take pride in that." "I'd rather take shore leave," he muttered. "A tavern, a fire, real wind. I'd trade every wonder in this cursed sea for one day above." Conseil nodded sympathetically. "Still, Mr. Land, you must admit, we are privileged witnesses." "Witnesses to what?"
Ned said bitterly. To a man running from ghosts? I looked toward the bridge. Nemo stood there, motionless. I couldn't tell if he'd heard, but I suspect he had. That evening, the Nautilus surfaced. The hatch opened and warm air rushed in, heavy, dry, carrying the faint scent of sand and salt. We climbed onto the deck and found ourselves under a vast star-filled sky. The horizon was dark, but now and then we caught the shimmer of dunes, the coast of Arabia, pale and endless in the moonlight. Conseil was awestruck. "It's so still," he whispered, "as if the earth itself sleeps." Ned stretched his arms towards the horizon. "That's land, Professor. I can feel it. I could swim to it." "You'd never make it," I said quietly. "The currents, the distance." "I'd try," he interrupted. "Better to die chasing air than rot in this iron coffin." His voice was low, but it carried. From behind us came Nemo's calm reply. "You'd find no air worth breathing, Mr. Land. Only chains." Ned turned sharply. "And what would you know about chains, Captain?" Nemo's expression did not change. "Everything." The words hung in the air like thunder that never broke. The next day, Nemo seemed distant again. He worked in the laboratory, surrounded by specimens of coral, shells, and minerals gathered from the Red Sea. When I entered, he was examining a fragment of stone, black, polished, and marked with strange carvings. "This," he said, "was once part of a temple on the coast. The sea took it centuries ago. The sands above shift, but the ocean preserves." He handed it to me. "Tell me, Professor, which world deserves remembrance? The one that builds monuments only to bury them, or the one that keeps them safe in silence?" I turned the stone over in my hands. "Perhaps both," I said. "The surface creates, the sea remembers." He regarded me for a long moment. A balanced answer. Too balanced, perhaps. He returned to his work, and I sensed the conversation was over. That afternoon, a strange sound echoed through the hull. Distant, rhythmic, like drumming. Conseil looked up from his notes. "What is that, sir? Machinery?" "No," I said. "Listen." We all fell silent. The rhythm grew louder. Thump, thump, thump. Faint but steady, carried through the water itself. Nemo appeared on the bridge, listening. He smiled faintly. "Drums from the coast. The Bedouins sing to the sea. Their songs travel farther underwater than in air." We stood in wonder, hearing faint traces of melody carried by the current, a chant in a language older than the empires of men. Nemo murmured, "They pray for rain, for mercy, for life. Yet they never imagined that below them another world listens." Conseil whispered, "The sea carries their voices." "Yes," Nemo said, "and keeps them." That night, the Nautilus cruised along the edge of a submerged cliff. Below us, the ground fell away into darkness, a deep trench glowing faintly with phosphorescence. I stood beside Nemo at the window. "You've charted every part of the sea?" "Every part that speaks," he replied. "The Red Sea has voices. Volcanoes, fissures, coral gardens, lost cities. Each tells a story. And what story does this trench tell?" He looked into the blackness. "That some depths are better left unmeasured." His tone was quiet, but something in it chilled me. By morning, we neared the Strait of Bab al-Mandeb, the Gate of Tears. The water there was swift and narrow, the current fierce. Nemo stood at the helm, calm, unshakable. "Why such a name?" Conseil asked. He answered without looking up, "Because the ships that enter these waters often do not leave them." He guided the Nautilus through the current, engines straining against the pull. Outside, waves crashed against unseen rocks, their foam glowing pale under the surface light. We passed through without incident, but when we emerged into calmer waters, Nemo exhaled slowly, not from fatigue, but from relief. The Gate of Tears.
Even the sea weeps for what man does. That night, I could not sleep. The sound of those faint drums still echoed in my memory, ghostly, human, distant. The thought struck me that perhaps Nemo envied those voices. Men still bound to the land, still part of something greater than themselves. As I gazed out through my cabin window, I saw the coast of Arabia fading into the dark, a thin line between the living and the forgotten. The Nautilus sailed on, silent, tireless, haunted.
The Nautilus pressed onward through the Gate of Tears, following the currents northward. Beyond lay the narrow waters that joined two worlds, the Red Sea and the Mediterranean. Captain Nemo called it the Suez Current, a mysterious natural corridor beneath the shallows. The sea grew brighter each day as we approached the Gulf. The water turned a clearer blue, the temperature rising. Above us, sunlight danced across the waves like molten glass. For the first time in weeks, the sea felt almost shallow, as though we were sailing just beneath the skin of the earth. Nemo summoned us to the bridge that morning. He stood at the window, his hands clasped behind his back, watching the seabed drift slowly below. "Gentlemen," he said, "we are entering one of the most remarkable regions of the world, a place where seas dream of union." Conseil tilted his head. "Dream, Captain?" Nemo replied, "The Red Sea longs to meet the Mediterranean, and soon man will grant its wish." I frowned. "You speak of the Suez Canal." He nodded. "Yes, a canal that will cut through the land of Egypt, a passage built by blood and labor. I prefer nature's way." He turned toward us, eyes glinting. "Today we'll travel beneath the desert, through a channel carved by the sea itself." Ned Land raised an eyebrow. "Another tunnel, Captain? Don't tell me we're diving under Egypt this time." Nemo smiled faintly, in a manner of speaking. The descent began at noon. We passed through shifting sandbanks and forests of coral, their tips glimmering with sunlight that filtered through the shallow water. Gradually the color of the sea deepened. Strange patterns appeared on the seabed, spirals, ridges, channels, the marks of ancient rivers long buried beneath the sands of time. "The earth remembers its rivers," Nemo said. "Even when the water leaves, its path remains." Conseil leaned toward the glass, "And now the sea reclaims them." "Yes," I said, "the oceans are patient sculptors." Hours passed in gentle motion. The water grew cloudy, swirling with dust and sediment. Then a dim glow appeared ahead, a natural tunnel, half filled with light, half with shadow. It sloped upward gently, leading toward the distant shimmer of a new horizon. "This," Nemo said, "is the Suez Current, a secret artery joining two seas. No surface vessel could follow it, too narrow, too unpredictable, but the Nautilus was built for this." Ned Land muttered, "Built for madness, more like." Nemo ignored him. "Brace yourselves, the current grows fierce here." The ship surged forward. The current caught us, invisible but immense. The water roared around the hull, dragging us into the narrow throat of the passage. Rocks flashed by on either side, close enough to scrape. The lights flickered as sand and shells whirled in violent spirals around us. Conseil gripped the railing. "Captain?" Nemo barked, his voice calm but commanding. "Steady!" The Nautilus tilted, then leveled, trembling as if alive. The roar intensified, echoing through every corridor. For a moment I thought we were lost. Then, as suddenly as it began, the pressure eased. The current smoothed into a steady, powerful stream. Through the window ahead, light shimmered, not red or gold, but pure blue. Nemo said softly, "The Mediterranean." We emerged into a world reborn,
The sea outside was luminous and calm, filled with silver light. Above, faint shadows of ships drifted like ghosts, merchant vessels, perhaps, crossing the surface of the Red Sea's sister. They had no idea we were here, gliding beneath their keels, passing from one ocean to another in silence. Ned Land exhaled. We're through, alive again. Nemo's voice was low. Alive, yes, but unseen, and I prefer it so. He turned from the window and faced us. Gentlemen, you've now crossed the Suez without leaving the sea. You've traveled where no man has ever sailed. Does the world above still tempt you? Conseil smiled faintly. Tempt, yes, but not enough to leave this. Ned crossed his arms. Speak for yourself. That evening, we surfaced near the Egyptian coast. The sky was a deep violet, the stars faint beneath the haze of desert heat. In the distance, we saw the faint outline of campfires, engineers, surveyors, men preparing to carve a canal through the sands. Nemo stood on deck, motionless, watching. I joined him, the warm wind brushing against my face. Soon, he said, they'll split the continents. East and west will flow together. Is that not progress? I asked. He shook his head. Progress, yes, but at what cost? Every triumph of man leaves a scar on the earth. He looked out toward the fires again. Once I dreamed of joining them, of building, of connecting worlds, but dreams died differently in every man. He turned to me. Tell me, Professor, would you rather build bridges between men or escape them altogether? I hesitated. Perhaps both. He smiled, weary and distant. Then you understand my dilemma. As the night deepened, we drifted silently along the coast. Ned Land sat on the deck, staring toward the shore. I could swim that, he said quietly. You'd never reach it. The current's too strong, I told him. He shrugged. Worth trying. Conseil joined us, setting down a tin cup of tea. And leave us alone with the captain? Never, Mr. Land. Ned gave a dry laugh. You two are mad. Perhaps, I said. But I think we've simply adapted. He looked back toward the lights of the camps. If I ever make it home, I'll tell them we passed beneath Egypt itself. No one will believe me. Maybe that's for the best, I said. Below decks, Nemo was sitting alone in his cabin. He was writing in a small leather-bound book. Not a log, but something more private. Now and then he paused, gazing out the window toward the pale shimmer of the surface. I stood quietly at the door, unseen. I heard him whisper, almost to himself. Man digs his canals, builds his empires, and still he cannot bridge his own heart. He closed the book and placed it beside a globe marked with routes no nation had ever drawn. Then he extinguished the lamp, and the cabin sunk into darkness. That night I dreamed of currents, invisible rivers that flowed not through water, but through time itself. They carried the memories of everything that had ever been, empires drowned, hopes forgotten, names erased. And at the center of it all, one man sailed forever, neither of the world above nor below. When I woke, the Nautilus was gliding peacefully through calm blue water. The Red Sea was behind us. The Mediterranean awaited. And I wondered if, in his quiet rebellion, Captain Nemo had found what all men seek, a passage not between seas, but between souls.
When we awoke the next morning, the Red Sea was behind us. The Nautilus had crossed into the Mediterranean. Silent, unseen, unstoppable. The water here was clearer than any I'd ever known. Through the glass, the light rippled in sheets of sapphire and gold. Fish darted like arrows through the beams of the sun, and fields of seagrass waved below like green smoke. It was a different world, calmer, warmer, filled with history that slept beneath its surface. Conseil was ecstatic. "The Mediterranean, monsieur! The sea of Homer, of Ulysses, of Caesar!" Ned Land yawned. "And what's left of them? Bones and stories." "Stories," I said softly, "that still shape the world." Captain Nemo entered the salon, dressed in his dark uniform, his face calm but unreadable. "Gentlemen, we will cross this sea in 48 hours. Conseil blinked. 48? Ned raised his brows. "You planning to fly across it, Captain?" Nemo's lips curved faintly. Something close to it. We gathered on the bridge as the engines roared to life. The Nautilus surged forward, a streak of light beneath the waves. Outside, the scenery blurred. Reefs, wrecks, and shadows swept past in a whirl of motion. I watched the speed gauge climb higher than I thought possible. The entire ship hummed with restrained power. Every plank, every rivet seemed alive, pulsing with energy. Conseil gripped the railing. "We're flying, monsieur!" "Nearly," I said, my voice raised over the deep, rhythmic thunder of the engines. Nemo stood at the helm, perfectly still, his eyes fixed on the horizon. He seemed carved from the very metal of the ship. By midday, we were passing beneath the coasts of Egypt. Through the glass, I caught glimpses of ancient ruins, toppled columns, half-buried statues, fragments of temples swallowed by coral. The ghosts of the past drifted by in silence, carried by the currents of time. Nemo spoke quietly. "There lies Alexandria, once a beacon of knowledge, now a tomb beneath the waves." He turned to the ship slightly, and the lights illuminated the outline of a massive stone structure, its carvings still visible through centuries of sediment. "The lighthouse of Pharos," I whispered. "One of the 7 wonders." "Yes," Nemo said. "And like all wonders, it fell, not by nature's hand, but by man's." Ned Land squinted. "Looks like it's sleeping." "No," Nemo replied. "It's watching, waiting for someone who remembers." By evening, we reached the coast of Crete. The sea outside was darker now, the sun low above the surface. Strange creatures drifted past, giant cuttlefish, ribbons of jellyfish glowing faintly in the dusk. Conseil pressed close to the glass. "It feels alive," he murmured, "as if the whole sea were dreaming." Nemo's voice came softly from behind us. "Perhaps it dreams of peace, something men never allow." He walked toward the window, his reflection merging with the glow of the deep. "The Mediterranean is a graveyard of ambition. Every empire that touched it believed it eternal. None were." He turned to me. "You, Professor, you still believe in progress, don't you?" "I believe in knowledge." "And knowledge," he said bitterly, "is only another weapon in the wrong hands." At midnight, we reached the coast of Greece. The ship slowed briefly as we passed the ruins of a sunken city, columns scattered like bones, roads buried in sand. I recognized the layout from old maps. "Atlantis?" I asked, half joking. Nemo's eyes glimmered. "Not Atlantis, but one of many cities swallowed by the sea's hunger. Every legend begins with a truth." "Then perhaps the sea will one day swallow us, too." Nemo looked at him sharply. "It already has." The silence that followed was heavy. Even Ned said nothing. The next morning, the Nautilus had crossed half the sea. The speed never faltered. The engines thrummed like the heartbeat of a living giant. We ate quickly, our plates rattling softly with the vibration of motion. I couldn't help asking, "Captain, what drives this power? What source could sustain such speed?" He paused, then said quietly, "The same source that drives all living things, necessity." He met my eyes, and defiance. I wanted to ask more, but his tone made it clear the subject was closed. That afternoon we surfaced briefly. The sun blazed above the horizon, and a cool wind swept across the deck. In the distance we saw ships, small, fragile silhouettes moving slowly along the waves. Ned Land shaded his eyes. Merchant vessels. They've no idea we're here, faster than the wind beneath them. They chase profit. We chase freedom. Ned gave a dry laugh. "Freedom's a fine word, Captain. Shame it feels like a cage." Nemo didn't answer. He only watched the ships as they disappeared into the haze. Then he turned and said, "Dive." The sea closed over us once more, and the light faded to blue. That night I couldn't sleep. The hum of the ship had become like a pulse inside my head, constant, steady, unrelenting. Through my cabin window I saw faint streaks of light trailing past, bioluminescent creatures racing beside us, as if the sea itself kept pace. In the silence I heard Nemo's voice echoing in my memory. We chase freedom. But what kind of freedom traps you beneath the waves? What kind of liberty isolates you from every other living soul? I thought of the man at the helm, brilliant, wounded, unreachable, and wondered whether the Nautilus was his triumph or his tomb. At dawn, the ship slowed. The water outside had changed again, calmer, lighter, open. Nemo entered the salon, his face lit by the morning glow. "Gentlemen, we have crossed the Mediterranean." Conseil blinked. "In less than 2 days?" Nemo nodded. 47 hours, to be exact. The world above takes weeks. We travel without boundaries. Ned Land stretched and muttered, "Ain't much of a world if you can't stop and see it." Nemo smiled faintly. "We see what matters. The rest belongs to those who need names for everything." He turned to me. "The Atlantic lies ahead, and beyond it, the unknown." His voice softened, as if speaking to himself. "The farther we go, the deeper we sink, not just into the sea, but into what waits beneath memory itself." Then he walked away, leaving us in silence. The Nautilus sailed on, swift as thought, its shadows sweeping through the timeless blue, chasing something none of us could yet name.
The Nautilus entered the Aegean Sea beneath a sky of silver light. After 2 days of furious speed, the engines fell silent, and the ship drifted like a sigh through still water. Outside, the sea was clear as crystal, the bottom visible even hundreds of feet below. The light filtered down through shifting veils of blue and gold. It felt as though we were gliding through a living dream, one older than all of mankind. Conseil stood beside me at the observation window. "It's beautiful," he said softly, "like sailing through a mirror." Ned Land yawned. "A mirror that's too quiet for my taste. I'd rather see land." Captain Nemo entered the salon, his hands clasped behind his back. "Land is close, Mr. Land. The islands of Greece lie just above us. Mykonos, Naxos, Paris, the cradle of myths and wars." Conseil's eyes brightened. "The sea of Homer." Nemo nodded. "And of Achilles, Theseus, and Odysseus, men who fought to escape the will of gods only to be broken by it." He looked out at the water, his voice distant. "Perhaps they would have understood me." We surfaced briefly near the island of Santorini. The air smelled of salt and volcanic smoke.
From the deck, we could see cliffs of black stone rising from the sea, the rim of a sunken caldera. "The ruins of Atlantis, perhaps," I said half-jokingly. Nemo's eyes were fixed on the horizon. "Not Atlantis," he said softly, "but something like it." He gestured toward the cliffs. "A volcano swallowed this island long before your empires were born. Fire shaped this sea, Professor, and fire will end it." Ned Land crossed his arms. "You talk like you've seen it happen." "I've seen enough to know it always does," Nemo replied. Back below, we descended again into the calm depths. The seabed here was unlike any we had seen, riddled with ravines, fissures, and towering spires of rock. Fish glided through the cracks like ghosts. The water shimmered with strange luminescence, as though lit by the memory of ancient fire. Conseil was sketching the formations in his notebook. "This terrain, it looks alive." "It is," I said. "The earth still moves beneath the sea. The Aegean never sleeps." Nemo added, "It breathes through the vents of Santorini, through the veins of molten stone. This sea is both cradle and grave." Later that day, Nemo invited me to join him in the control room. He stood before a map of the Aegean, tracing lines with his finger. "Do you know why I came here?" he asked. "To study the geology, perhaps." He shook his head. "To remember what man once was." He pointed to a mark on the map, the site of an ancient battle. Here the Persians met the Greeks. Thousands died for pride, and yet the sea, indifferent, washed them all clean. He turned to me. "History drowns easily, Professor. The waves erase both hero and tyrant." I watched him for a moment, then said, "And you, where do you stand in that tide?" He smiled faintly. "Nowhere. I let it carry me." That evening we passed over what looked like the ruins of a city. Columns, broken statues, fragments of marble glimmered in the soft glow of the lamps. Conseil gasped, "Sir, it's a temple." Indeed, it was. A temple of white stone, half buried in coral. Figures of gods, their faces worn smooth, stared blindly from the shadows. Nemo slowed the ship, his voice quiet. "The Temple of Neptune. The sea claimed its own long ago." He dimmed the lights, and for a long moment we drifted in silence above it. No one spoke. The stillness felt sacred, as if disturbing it would awaken something older than words. Later, as the Nautilus continued on its course, Ned Land broke the silence. "All these cities, all these temples, what's the point, Captain? They build everything and still the sea took it. What good is man's work if it just sinks?" "No," Nemo looked at him evenly. "The sea takes everything, Mr. Land, but it keeps it too. No one truly disappears down here." Conseil said quietly, "You make it sound like the ocean remembers." Nemo nodded. "It does. Better than we do." He turned away, and in the glass reflection, I thought I saw something in his eyes. Sorrow, deep and ancient as the sea itself. That night, I walked the corridors alone. The sound of the engines had quieted. Only the faint hum of the ship remained. I found myself standing before the observation window once more. Outside, the Aegean lay bathed in moonlight, calm, eternal, deceptive. I thought of the cities we had passed, of their fallen columns and forgotten gods, and I thought of Captain Nemo, a man both creator and destroyer, fleeing the world but unable to stop seeking its memory. The sea around us glowed faintly, alive with plankton and fireflies of light. It felt like we were sailing not through water, but through time itself. At dawn, Nemo gathered us on the bridge. "Gentlemen, you have seen the glory of the Aegean, the cradle of civilization, now a tomb beneath the waves." Conseil asked, "Do you mourn it, Captain?" "No," Nemo said. "I honor it. Everything that falls to the sea is purified. That is the only redemption left to man." He turned to the window, where sunlight spilled across the calm surface above. The world above destroys what it loves. The sea only keeps it. Then he looked at me, and his tone softened. Perhaps one day, Professor, you'll understand why I belong here. He left the bridge without another word. Ned watched him go, shaking his head. The man's got poetry in him, buried under all that iron. Conseil smiled faintly. Even iron rusts, Mr. Land. Ned snorted. Not him. He's too stubborn. But as we watched the captain disappear down the corridor, I wasn't so sure. The Aegean shimmered outside, beautiful, silent, ancient. And somewhere in that endless blue, I sensed the same truth in both the sea and the man who ruled it. Neither forgave, and neither forgot.
By the time we left the Aegean, the sea had changed again. The water grew darker, colder, touched by a restless current that whispered of faraway storms. We had entered the Atlantic Ocean. Captain Nemo seemed transformed. For days he said little, pacing the bridge with the same quiet tension as a man carrying invisible weight. The Nautilus moved westward along the coasts of Spain, deeper and deeper beneath the surface. On the third morning, Nemo called us to the salon. "Gentlemen," he said, "today we visit a place where history sleeps and where greed was born." Conseil looked intrigued. "Another city, Captain?" "Not a city," Nemo replied. "A graveyard." Ned Land muttered under his breath, "Great, more dead things." But Nemo only smiled faintly. "Not all graves hold silence, Mr. Land. Some whisper." He gestured to the observation window. "You're about to hear one." The Nautilus descended into the depths. The water grew murky, tinged with brown and gold. Bits of silt and wreckage drifted by, catching the faint gleam of our lights. Then the faint outlines appeared. Shattered hulls, broken masts, rusted cannon. The floor of the sea was littered with the bones of ships. Conseil leaned forward, eyes wide. "Mon Dieu, so many!" Nemo's voice was calm. "The Bay of Vigo, October 1702, the great Spanish treasure fleet destroyed by English fire. Hundreds of ships burned and sunk, along with their gold, their guns, and their pride." He pointed toward the wreckage. "Here lie the riches of an empire, and not 1 ounce ever reached its king." Ned Land gave a low whistle. "You're telling me all that gold's still down here?" Nemo's lips curved slightly. "Still here, waiting." As the Nautilus drifted over the seabed, the lamps revealed more wrecks, stacked upon one another, tangled in ropes of coral and seaweed. Coins lay scattered across the sand like stars fallen into darkness. Chests lay open, their contents spilling out in glimmers of silver and gold. It was beautiful and obscene, the sea's own museum of human desire. Conseil whispered, "It looks like a battlefield." I said, "It was. A battle of greed, fought in the name of kings who never saw the ocean." Nemo turned to me. "And now the ocean keeps their trophies. The sea takes back what man steals." Ned Land laughed. "If I had a few hours out there, I could retire for life." Nemo's gaze sharpened. "And become what those ships died for? No, Mr. Land. Let the gold rot where it lies. It belongs to no one now." We descended lower still, weaving between the wrecks. Fish darted through the holes in cannon barrels, eels coiled through shattered timbers. The lamps of the Nautilus glowed like suns beneath the surface, casting long shadows that swayed across the ruins. Conseil's voice trembled. "There must be hundreds of millions down there." "Thousands," Nemo said. "An entire empire's ransom." And yet, he paused, "it changed nothing. The sea swallowed them all, and the world above kept fighting for the next fortune." He gestured toward a ship's bell lying half buried in the sand.
"The Nuestra Señora del Rosario," he said softly. "She sank with 500 souls aboard, all for the weight of her cargo." The bell was encrusted with coral, its inscription almost erased. Nemo touched the glass gently, as if in salute. We left the wrecks behind and continued deeper into the bay. At a certain point, Nemo ordered the ship to stop. He turned to me. "Professor, you once asked where the Nautilus gathers its wealth. Now you have your answer." I looked at him startled. "You mean—" "Yes," he said. "Here. The sea provides everything: iron, copper, silver, and gold for those who need it." He smiled faintly. "I take what the sea discards. I rob no man." Ned Land snorted. "So you're rich, Captain, richer than any king." Nemo's expression darkened. "Rich in freedom, Mr. Land, not gold. Never gold." He turned back to the window. "The treasures of Vigo are the world's confession, every coin a story of blood and folly. I need no reminder." Later that day, Nemo invited me to accompany him outside. We suited up and descended through the airlock into the quiet dark. The water was cold but clear, glowing faintly from the Nautilus's lights above. As we walked across the seabed, the silence felt alive, the kind that hums in your chest. We passed the hulls of shattered galleons, their flags long turned to dust. Cannon lay scattered among heaps of coral. Gold coins glimmered beneath a film of sand, shining dully in the light of our lamps. Nemo stopped beside a chest half buried in the mud. He knelt, brushed the sand away, and pried it open. Inside, a cascade of coins spilled out: doubloons, florins, pieces of 8. He let the gold flow through his gloved fingers, then let it fall back into the sea. Dust. This is what men kill for. He stood, staring into the darkness. When the world above burns again, and it will, the sea will still be here, silent, patient, eternal. His voice carried through the water, soft and resolute. And I too will be here, its witness. We returned to the Nautilus in silence. Inside, the lamps glowed softly, reflecting off the polished metal like trapped starlight. Ned Land sat in the corner, arms crossed. "You two look like you've seen ghosts." "Not ghosts," I said quietly. "Just the truth." He frowned. "Truth don't shine much." "No," I said. "It sinks." Nemo passed by us without a word, but his shadow lingered long after he was gone. That night I couldn't sleep. I stood by my cabin window, watching the faint glow of the wrecks fade into darkness. Somewhere out there, gold still gleamed in the cold sand, untouched, unclaimed, unending. And I thought of Nemo, standing in that grave of kings, letting their riches slip through his hands. He had escaped the world but not its memory. Perhaps that was the price of his freedom, to see everything clearly and still refuse to belong to it. The Nautilus stirred and began to move again, its hum steady and low. The lights of the Bay of Vigo vanished behind us, swallowed by the sea that forgets nothing.
After the shadowed depths of the Bay of Vigo, the Atlantic felt endless and alive. The Nautilus rose through layers of light until the glue thinned and the sea shone clear above us. For the first time in many days, the captain ordered the ship to surface. The hatch opened. Warm wind swept across the deck, carrying the scent of salt and freedom. We stepped out beneath a sky the color of polished steel. The sun blazed, the ocean stretched forever, and for a moment we almost forgot the weight of the world below. Conseil smiled. "How strange, monsieur. The sea seems calmer when we're part of its surface." Ned Land stretched his arms wide. "Because that's where we belong. I can breathe again." Captain Nemo appeared beside us. He stood at the railing, face turned toward the horizon, eyes unreadable. This calm is deceptive. The Atlantic hides moods that change without warning. Ned laughed. I'll take calm lies over honest storms. Nemo gave him a thin smile, spoken like a man who still trusts the sky. By midday, the water had turned smooth as glass. The horizon shimmered in heat, and the air hung heavy with salt. It was then that Conseil spotted something in the distance, a line of dark shapes drifting slowly across the waves. "Captain," he said, pointing, "what are those?" Nemo raised his spyglass. An island, though not of land. We drew nearer. What had looked like a single dark patch resolved into a mass of tangled vegetation, seaweed, roots, driftwood, even the carcasses of fish and birds, all bound together by the current. The entire formation moved as one body, floating freely with the wind and tide. "A floating island," Nemo said, softly. "The Atlantic gyres form them now and then, debris gathered over years, carried in endless circles." Ned Land peered over the rail. "That thing's alive?" "In a sense," I said. "A colony of plants, barnacles, crabs, life feeding on life." Nemo nodded. "Nature wastes nothing. Even her refuse becomes a world." We approached carefully. The engines low. The smell was sharp, salt, decay, and something faintly sweet, like rotting kelp. The island stretched wider than the eye could see, a vast continent of green and brown. Birds wheeled above it, shrieking and diving for fish trapped in its dense mat. Conseil leaned over the side. "Incredible," I said. "Indeed." Ned Land scowled. "Looks like a swamp without land. You couldn't walk 5 steps on that mess." Nemo said, "You could if you knew how. The Polynesians once built homes on such rafts. The sea builds too." He watched the drifting mass with something almost like respect. This is how continents begin. One seed, one current, one act of patience. Nemo gave the order to stop the engines. The Nautilus floated quietly beside the vast raft. Curious fish swam in and out of the tangled roots. We could hear the rustle of wings above, the lap of waves below. It was strangely peaceful. For a few minutes no one spoke. Even Ned Land seemed subdued, his eyes following a gull that glided low across the sea. Conseil broke the silence. "Captain, may we collect specimens?" Nemo nodded. "Briefly, but stay close. The Atlantic does not forgive distraction." Within the hour, we were outside in our diving suits, exploring the fringes beneath the island. The sight was unlike anything I had imagined. From below, the raft resembled a vast web of living roots, hanging down into the depths like the beard of some ancient giant. Fish darted between the strands. Crabs clung to the tangled mass, scavenging among the wreckage trapped there. Conseil's voice crackled through the transmitter. "Monsieur, this is extraordinary. It's an ecosystem suspended in mid-ocean." "Indeed," I replied. "A city built by currents." Ned's gruff voice cut in. "City or not, it's crawling with things that bite." Nemo moved among us with effortless grace. "The sea creates its own balance. Where life gathers, so does death. That is the ocean's law." He paused, gazing upward through the lattice of roots toward the pale shimmer of the surface. "It reminds me of humanity," he said quietly, "clinging to whatever drifts, calling it home." When we returned to the Nautilus, the captain seemed unusually reflective. He lingered on deck long after we had gone below. Through the observation window, I could see him standing alone, watching the floating island drift away into the distance. Conseil joined me. "He seems troubled." "Yes," I said. "Perhaps he sees something of himself in that island." Ned grunted. "A pile of wreckage? Makes sense." Conseil frowned. "No, I think the professor means it survives." That night, the ocean changed again.
The wind picked up and long swells began to roll across the surface. The Nautilus rocked gently at first, then more sharply as the waves grew. Above us, the floating island was breaking apart, fragments of weed and wood torn away by the storm. Nemo stood at the helm. "Hold steady," he ordered. "Let the storm pass through us, not against us." The lights flickered as the Nautilus dove below the turbulence. Within minutes, the roar of wind faded into a deep, distant murmur. We were safe again in the calm darkness. The next morning, the sea was once more calm. Sunlight pierced the water in long, golden beams. Through the window, we saw remnants of the floating island drifting far above, fragments spinning slowly like forgotten memories. Conseil sighed. "It's gone." Nemo nodded. "Nothing in the sea lasts, but everything returns. The pieces will gather again somewhere, someday." He turned to me. "That is the nature of freedom, Professor. Not permanence, but motion." Ned Land smirked. "You call this freedom? Feels like we're drifting too." Nemo's voice softened. "Perhaps that's all freedom ever is, knowing you'll never truly anchor." He walked away, leaving us staring at the shimmering light that fell through the water like dust through air. That night, I dreamed of the floating island, adrift, changing shape with every tide. In the dream, it wasn't made of weeds or wood, but of memories. Ships, faces, voices lost to time. When I awoke, the Nautilus was already moving west again. The Atlantic stretched ahead, wide, endless, waiting. And somewhere behind us, the floating island dissolved quietly into the sea, returning to the current that had made it.
The Nautilus sailed through silence. Days had passed since the storm, and the Atlantic had settled into a glassy calm that felt almost holy. Sunlight spilled down through the blue depths like the breath of another world. The engines hummed softly, not with power, but with peace. Captain Nemo had grown quiet again. He spent hours alone in the salon, gazing out at the sea with that distant expression that no one could read. Even Ned Land seemed to sense it, that the journey was nearing some unseen edge. Conseil whispered to me one morning, "He looks like a man waiting for something." I nodded. Or for someone. That afternoon, Nemo summoned us to the main cabin. He stood beside the great window, the light casting pale fire across his face. "Gentlemen," he said, "I am taking you to a place few have seen, a kingdom built not by man, but by the sea itself." "The Coral Kingdom," I murmured. He inclined his head. "Yes. A living monument, the ocean's final cathedral." Ned Land frowned. "And what's buried in it, Captain?" Nemo's eyes flicked to him, then softened. "Everything we've lost." The Nautilus descended slowly. The water grew brighter, not darker, as if lit from below. Then the first shapes appeared. Vast coral structures rising from the seabed like towers of ivory and gold. They stretched in all directions, arches, spires, bridges, an underwater city carved by time and life. Fish moved through the coral like birds through clouds. Anemones bloomed in soft explosions of color. The light shimmered over everything, a living flame that never burned. Conseil was breathless. "It's magnificent." Ned Land rubbed the fog from the glass. "Looks like a cemetery made for kings." Nemo's voice was quiet. "It is." He led us down through the airlock into the sea. We walked in the shadow of those coral spires, our lamps tracing ribbons of light across their surfaces. Everywhere we looked, life pulsed, fragile, eternal, defying death. As we moved, Nemo pointed out forms of coral, fan, brain, stag, star, each one a work of patient artistry. He said through the transmitter, millions of tiny lives building together what no empire could. A civilization without war, without greed. Conseil whispered, without rulers. Exactly, Nemo said. Every creature here is both architect and subject. Harmony, the purest kind. He paused before a vast dome of crimson coral. It glowed faintly in the filtered light, as if lit from within. This, he said softly, is where I come to remember. Within the coral dome lay something unexpected, a mound of white sand, smooth and still. On it rested a simple cross of coral. No inscription, no adornment, just silence. Conseil drew closer. A grave? Nemo nodded. A grave. He knelt beside it. She was my friend, he said quietly, one of the few who understood why I chose the sea. She died here years ago. I buried her in the kingdom she loved. He rested his hand on the coral cross. The ocean keeps its promises better than man ever could. Ned Land stood awkwardly, his usual defiance gone. I didn't think you believed in graves, Captain. Nemo replied, I don't. I believe in memory. The ocean remembers everything. We stayed in that place for hours. No one spoke. The water moved softly around us, humming with life. It felt less like standing in a graveyard and more like standing inside eternity itself. When we at last returned to the Nautilus, the silence aboard the ship was different, not empty, but reverent. Even Ned Land's restlessness had quieted. Conseil sat writing in his journal, his usual humor gone, replaced by calm wonder. I found Nemo later on the bridge. He was watching the coral fields fade behind us, his face unreadable. Captain, I said, you've built a monument to the sea itself. He shook his head. No, the sea built it. I only listened. He turned towards me, his eyes softer than I had ever seen them. Do you understand now, Professor, why I left the world above? I hesitated. I think I do. He smiled faintly. Then you know why I can never return. That night, the Nautilus glided in silence through the glowing dark. Outside, the last lights of the coral kingdom flickered and disappeared into shadow. Nemo stood alone in the salon, his hand resting on the glass, as though he could still feel the pulse of the sea beyond. I watched him from the doorway. He didn't turn, but he spoke, quietly, almost to himself. The sea is all I have left. It gives, it takes, and it forgives nothing. Perhaps that is why I love it. He looked up. Tell me, Professor, if the ocean could speak, what would it say? I thought for a long moment. That it remembers. He nodded once, and a faint smile touched his lips. Then it knows me well. By dawn, the coral fields had vanished behind us. The ocean opened once more, vast, indifferent, endless. But the light seemed different now, softer somehow, as though the sea itself had drawn a curtain over its secrets. Conseil joined me at the window. Do you think we'll ever see it again? I said quietly, no, but perhaps it will see us. Ned Land stretched and muttered, if it's all the same, I'd rather not. We laughed, softly. It felt strange, laughter inside the tomb of the world. But maybe that too was part of the sea's memory, not just loss, but life continuing in spite of it.
Later, I passed the captain's cabin. The door was slightly open. On the desk lay his journal, the pages filled with precise handwriting, observations, coordinates, half poetic, half scientific. The final line read, "I will rest where the coral grows, in the kingdom that needs no throne." I closed the door quietly. That evening, the Nautilus turned toward the west. The sun was sinking, a molten disk sliding into the horizon. The sea blazed with color, crimson, gold, violet, and for a heartbeat, it looked like the coral kingdom itself had risen to the surface. Nemo stood at the helm, his silhouette framed in firelight. He said nothing. He didn't have to. Every mile of water ahead already belonged to him. The ship moved forward, silent as prayer, carrying us into the heart of the dying light.
Weeks passed. The ocean rolled endlessly beneath us, unchanged and eternal, yet something in the rhythm of our voyage had shifted. The Nautilus felt different, slower, quieter, as if the sea itself were drawing it home. Captain Nemo spoke little now. He remained in his cabin most days, emerging only to set a new course or stand silently before the great window. His voice, when it came, was softer, like a current losing its pull. We could all feel it, the sense of something ending. Conseil said one morning, "The captain looks tired, monsieur." "Yes," I replied, "as if the ocean is calling him back." Ned Land grunted. "Or maybe he's just run out of places to hide." The days blurred together, sunrise and sunset seen only through the filtered glow of the sea. Outside, the world remained magnificent, whales gliding like mountains in motion, fields of glowing plankton turning the waves to fire, the distant thunder of undersea volcanoes. But within the ship, everything was hushed, reverent, like a chapel before a storm. Then one evening the captain summoned us all to the salon. He stood before the great window, hands clasped behind his back, eyes fixed on the dark beyond. When he spoke, his voice carried an almost unnatural calm. "My friends, we have traveled more than 20,000 leagues together. We've crossed seas unseen by man, walked on the floor of the world, witnessed beauty and terror side by side." He paused, turning toward us. "You have seen what I sought. Not power, not conquest, but freedom, true freedom, the kind that only the sea can give." Conseil said softly, "And now, Captain?" Nemo smiled faintly. "Now, I rest." The Nautilus changed course that night. No one questioned it. We could feel it in the hum of the engines, a slow, deliberate turn, like a ship tracing the line of destiny itself. Outside, the water grew darker, denser, filled with drifting shadows. The pressure deepened. We were heading into the abyss. Ned Land cornered me in the corridor. "You know where he's taking us, don't you?" I hesitated. "Somewhere deep." "Too deep," Ned said. "I've seen his eyes. He's not coming back this time." Conseil frowned. "Perhaps that's what he wants." Hours later, the ship slowed. Through the window, a faint light pulsed in the blackness below, not from the ship, but from the sea itself. It glowed like a heartbeat. We had reached the coral kingdom again. The light spread across the depths, painting the water with gold and rose. The spires of coral rose before us, majestic, eternal, glowing with soft inner fire. It was as if the ocean had been waiting for us. Captain Nemo appeared on the bridge. He looked pale but peaceful, his uniform immaculate. He said nothing at first, only stared into the glowing expanse. Then quietly, he spoke. "My friends, this is where it ends. Not in the storm, not in the war of men, but here, where the sea keeps its silence." He turned to us. "You may yet see the world again. The Nautilus will rise once more, but I will not." Ned Land stepped forward. "Captain—" Nemo raised a hand. "No need.
The sea will take care of me. It always has." His gaze softened. "If you ever speak of me, tell them I sought peace, not power. Tell them I chose the ocean because it was the only world honest enough to hold me." The lights dimmed. Nemo moved to the helm, placed his hand on the controls, and for a long moment said nothing. Then, almost in a whisper, "The sea is everything. It covers 7/10 of this planet. Its breadth is pure and its depth unknowable. It is the cradle of life and its last refuge." He looked at me, a rare human look. "Goodbye, Professor," and before I could answer, he turned the Nautilus towards the depths. The engines rumbled once, then steadied. The coral spires blazed brighter, as if to welcome him. The ship descended, slower, deeper, until the light swallowed everything. When I awoke, it was to silence. The Nautilus lay still, adrift. The power had ceased. The air was cool and dry, untouched by life. Ned Land and Conseil found me in the passageway. No one spoke. We moved through the ship like men walking through a dream. The bridge was empty, the captain's cabin empty. Only his journal remained open to a final page. The last words read, "The sea has claimed what it lent. May it remember kindly." Ned closed the book slowly. "He's gone." Conseil crossed himself. "He has become part of the ocean." I nodded. Exactly where he always belonged. We escaped the Nautilus before dawn. Using the captain's own charts, we reached the surface in a small boat. The sea was calm, endless, shining beneath the pale morning light. No trace of the submarine remained. Only a single swirl on the surface that faded like a sigh. For hours we drifted in silence. Then, at last, the wind found us. It carried with it a sound, faint, distant, almost impossible, like the echo of a great bell beneath the water. Conseil whispered, "Do you hear it?" "Yes," I said. "The sea remembers." And I thought of Captain Nemo, of his solitude, his brilliance, his unyielding faith in the deep. He had fled mankind, but not humanity. And though his body was lost, his spirit would live forever in the endless living heart of the sea. The horizon flamed with light as the sun rose higher. The world above was waiting, loud, bright, imperfect, but still ours. I looked once more at the waves, calm and glimmering, and I swore I saw a faint shimmer below, as if the Nautilus still moved, still alive, still watching. I closed my eyes and whispered, "Farewell, Captain." The wind carried the words away, and the sea answered in its timeless rhythm. A whisper, a breath, a heartbeat without end.